All right, that sounds like a go. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the August State Board of Ed meeting. We'll get this meeting called to order at 9:05, and I'll ask Executive Director Ross to take the roll for us.
Dr. Core,
Present.
Vice President Haley,
Here.
Superintendent Horn,
Here.
Member Catanese, Member Clark, Dr. Clay,
Here.
Dr. Hagerman,
Here.
Member Kravickas, Member Meyerson, Member Tovar.
Present.
Dr. Cruz Rivera has joined the board, but is not with us today, but we're very excited to have him with us as a board member.
Fantastic, and thank you. We're going to move to the executive director's report right off the bat here. So I'll turn it right back to you, Executive Director Ross.
Dr. Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. As always, this is my favorite part of the meeting, where we get to honor some kiddos, some of Arizona's best. And we have two kids with us today who are just stellar, and we're so excited for them to be here. Up first, if you remember back in the June meeting, we honored two of the three presidential scholars for Arizona. One of them was unable to be with us in June, so we asked her to come in August. And so with us today is Shruti Petty from Basis Scottsdale. And just as a reminder, the Presidential Scholarship was created in 1964, and it recognizes outstanding graduating students. Scholars are determined through review of essays, school evaluations, transcripts, and a commitment to leadership and community service. There were 161 scholars in 2024, three of whom came from Arizona. So Shruti is a recent graduate from Basis Scottsdale and was heavily involved in speech and debate and served as the managing director of the podcasting director for the Exemplars Bible, one of the largest resources for speech and debate. She plans to major in economics and then go to law school to become an attorney. So Shruti, why don't you come on up and join us?
Greetings to the board, and thank you for inviting me here today. My name is Shruti Petty, and I was a recent graduate of Basis Scottsdale. This year, I was honored to be recognized out of hundreds of thousands of students as one of the 161 U.S. presidential scholars. Throughout the months-long application process, I refined both my creative writing and research skills. And although I am honored to have achieved this honor, it is even more of an honor to work with my talented fellow cohort, who make up the nation's most talented, intelligent, and creative students. Growing up and maturing as a student is no easy process, but Basis made it very unique. Not only has their education focused on STEM, given me an interdisciplinary focus on different subjects, but they've always encouraged me to take risks. And going outside of my comfort zone is the way I've grown, both in academics and in my personal life. For example, when I was younger, I used to be deathly afraid of public speaking. But instead of allowing this fear to conquer me, I decided to conquer it myself. Now I even get to stand behind the Board of Education. And more than that, I've won national debate competitions, spoken up for issues I care about both on the local and national stage, and in the future, I want to speak up for these everyday Americans. In the future, I plan to attend Brown University to study economics, math, and government. I'm going to be using this education to propel my career as an attorney. Whether it's in immigration law or politics, I hope to serve everyone and represent today's justice system. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much.
And then we'll have your family get back there.
Is that mom and dad?
Yeah.
Come on up. Come on up. Congratulations. Oh, yeah. Congratulations. Thanks, Robin. Nicely done. Bravo. Congrats.
Awesome. I think
Pretty impressive. Right.
Dr. Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, I just want to also add that Trudy had identified Christy Taylor Antall, her English literature teacher, as an inspiration for her as well. And I meant to mention that beforehand. So up next, we have a State Board Student of the Month. As always, we honor a student or students from across the state who have excelled in academics, arts, athletics, charity, character. And we're super excited to have Charlotte Bond with us today, who traveled over 90 minutes to be here. And we're very thankful for that. She's a recent graduate, and she, at the age of 14 in spring of 2020, decided she wanted to learn the cello. And so she started teaching herself. She'll talk about this in more detail, but progressed to the point where she joined a local orchestra and then was accepted to a top music camp and earned a top spot in an orchestra. And just really excited to have Charlotte here today. So Charlotte, come up and join us.
Good morning.
Morning.
First off, I would like to thank the Arizona State Board of Education for having me here today. I would also like to thank my cello teacher, Sarah Walder-Amata, and my parents for their unwavering support. I was homeschooled through high school, which meant when COVID shut the world down, I was not only schooled at home, I was also stuck at home. During quarantine, however, I heard a rendition of Beethoven's Fifth on YouTube and was completely inspired to learn the cello. I started my learning journey from the source of my inspiration, YouTube. I watched videos on how to hold the cello, I read articles on how to hold the bow, and I even ordered books off Amazon on how to read the notes. I couldn't afford or find a cello teacher, so I taught myself using internet resources for about a year before needing a little more structure, so I joined the Yavapai College Symphony Orchestra. After about 5 months, looking for a bigger challenge, I auditioned for the semi-professional Prescott Pop Symphony Orchestra, where I met the principal cellist, Sarah Walder-Amata, who offered to become my teacher. This was the beginning of a journey that taught me 3 important life lessons: hard work, leadership, and the value of community. Lesson number 1, learning requires hard work, and hard work requires initiative. I not only took the initiative to teach myself the cello, I also paid for my entire music education through odd jobs such as being a yard worker, home health assistant, a hockey referee, and a high roads facilitator. But my hard work started to pay off after a year of lessons when Professor Walder told me about the Phoenix Youth Philharmonic Orchestra. Didn't even know it was a thing. But I auditioned and immediately earned the principal chair, which meant I was expected to lead about 10 cellists who had been playing for twice as long as I had. That was scary. At first, I struggled to fill this role because I felt less experienced than many of my peers. But with the encouragement and advice from Professor Walder, I learned to step up to a leadership position with willingness and confidence. While I was a member of Phoenix Youth Philharmonic, I heard about Interlochen from an outreach representative. Interlochen is a prestigious summer camp where select high school students make professional connections. With the support of Professor Walder, I auditioned, got accepted, and then got hit with a $10,000 tuition charge. But for me, this was do or die. Attending Interlochen was the difference between playing cello as a hobby and playing cello professionally. So, looking for alternative funding, I received financial aid from the Prescott Frontier Rotary Club and the Prescott Pops members. This value of community was my 3rd life lesson. If it had not been for the community that had built up around me, I never would have been able to attend Interlochen. But I made it. And fun fact, you have to buy a separate plane ticket for your cello.
Oh, no.
Along with being an adventure with my cello companion, Interlochen was an intense period of growth that led to my current college career. Today, I'm studying for my Bachelor's of Music in Cello Performance at the University of Arizona. Looking back, I have Professor Walder to thank for being the catalyst for my cello career. It was through her that I got to play at the Phoenix Youth, the Interlochen Philharmonic, and the Prescott Pops. She kindly took me on as a student, supported me through my auditions, and mentored me as I experienced more in the professional world of music. Along with someday playing in a professional orchestra, one of my aspirations is to be able to teach and mentor students just as Professor Walder taught me. Thank you.
Congratulations. That's super cool. We're proud of you.
Classical piano players, I'm especially proud of you.
Oh my goodness.
Dr. Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, that concludes the executive director's report.
Oh, fantastic. And you're right. You always steal the best part for yourself there, Executive Director Ross, but wonderfully accomplished and each month is wonderful. So my president's report will be very brief. As you referenced, we'll be joined, I believe, beginning next month by Dr. Jose Luis Cruz Rivera, president of Northern Arizona University. But we wanted to take some time at this point to recognize the dedicated service by his predecessor, Dr. Robert Robbins from the University of Arizona, who is leaving the board as Dr. Cruz Rivera comes on. And we don't have anyone from U of A here, right? But and we do have a very nice token of our appreciation for Dr. Robbins, and we'll make sure that that gets safely down to Tucson, safeguarding it from any Sun Devils here in Phoenix who may want to do something malicious with it on its way down to Tucson. So if I know he's not here, but just if you could join me in recognizing the great service by Dr. Robert Robbins. With that, I will turn, with that, I will turn to the superintendent's report. Superintendent Horn.
Thank you. Often when I speak, I talk about how 90% of my time and effort and that of the department is devoted to doing everything we can to help our schools improve their academic results. But the media like to talk about controversies because it's more interesting for the media. So I try to emphasize, excuse me, I try to emphasize the other side. Let me just take something here. But this morning, it's going to be a little different. I'm going to talk about, let me try to get this out of my throat. I'm going to try to emphasize, I'm going to talk about the department position on some controversial issues. The first one results from the fact that we now have the final report on last year's budget. And all education, public and ESA, came in $4 million below budget. Now, when people attack ESAs, they allege that they're responsible for the budget deficit. Given that all education spending is $4 million below budget, there's no mathematically impossible for ESAs to be contributing to the budget deficit. In addition, I just want to point out that we have families with 3 children, 2 of whom are doing just fine in public schools, but in their neighborhood schools. But one of them, the school's not meeting his needs or her needs. And under ESAs, the parents are able to find a school that does meet his needs. And it seems to me they should have that right. Second issue is the other side of the coin. I've been attacked by some advocates of ESAs for deciding not to defy the Attorney General's order that requests for supplemental materials have to be tied in to that family's curriculum. Now, as I mentioned, when ESAs are attacked, and sometimes people attack me in the process as their main defender, the media come to me to respond, and I become the principal defender of ESAs. And in general, I'm not afraid to take on the Attorney General. I've taken her on in issues like keeping boys out of girls' sports, and a number of other issues, keeping boys out of girls' bathrooms, dual language, which I'll be talking about in a minute. I'm sure I've battled the Attorney General more than any superintendent in history. But when I do that, I want to have at least some reasonable expectation that I'll be successful. So when this order came down, I had my most knowledgeable people in the department look at it, and I said, don't look at this as a advocate. All of us in the department disagree with this as a policy matter, but look at it objectively as though you were a judge and tell me how you would rule. And they came back and they said they would rule against me. So if I were to defy the Attorney General, as a former Attorney General myself, I know the Attorney General has sanctions that can be imposed. And probably the most damaging one would be if we distributed money for supplemental materials. The Attorney General could claw that money back. That would be a terrible scene if that were to happen. So unless and until a court rules that the Attorney General's in error, which I hope it does, we're going to, I made the decision that we would comply. Now there's a decision by another court that's now on appeal that says the Department of Education doesn't have standing to file lawsuits. So I've been in touch with the Goldwater Institute, and if they file a lawsuit challenging this decision by the Attorney General, I've offered to be a witness and would advocate on that side. But in the meantime, I think it would be very imprudent to defy the Attorney General because the Attorney General has sanctions at its disposal. And I would hate to see money clawed back from our parents. The third and final issue I want to talk about is dual language. And I think, we've had a lot of people on calls to the public attacking our position for structured English immersion. And I haven't, I think, properly emphasized the language of the initiative that was passed overwhelmingly by the voters. And so we've put some of that language on the board here. It provides that all children in Arizona public schools shall be taught English by being taught in English, and all children should be placed in English language classrooms. I mistakenly left out a sentence which I'll read to you. Children who are English learners shall be educated through English immersion for a temporary period not normally intended to exceed 1 year. So that students have to be educated through English immersion. What is English immersion? That language is also on the board. Structured English immersion or sheltered English immersion means an English language acquisition process for young children in which nearly all classroom instruction is in English. Books and materials are in English, and all reading, writing, and subject matter are taught in English. I'm going to repeat that. All reading, writing, and subject matter are taught in English. Although teachers may use a minimal amount of the child's native language, usually translating a word where that would be helpful, when necessary, no subject matter shall be taught in any language other than English. And children in this program learn to read and write solely in English. So I have trouble understanding how anybody reconciles dual language where the students are taught for half the day subject matter in Spanish, how they can reconcile that with this language, which is part of our law. And if anybody can reconcile it, I'd love to hear from them. One final word, I happened to be talking to my sister over the weekend who lives in Los Angeles, and she told me that the Los Angeles School District, which I believe is the largest in the country, has abandoned bilingual education and gone to English immersion. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Horn. I'll move us on to item number 2, which is the call of the public. This is the time for the public to comment. Members of the board, of course, may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. But we could, of course, direct staff to study the matter or schedule the matter for consideration later. So Executive Director Ross, I know there's a number of folks who'd like to chat with us. So I would ask that speakers limit their comments to the board to 2 minutes, please. Director Ross.
President Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up first, we have Randy Perez, followed by Joshua Black, and then Chris Fleischman.
Arizona's public schools. We only have 3 speakers. Makes sense. Spread out. So we're kind of the first. First should be the purple, please. You either myself, it's not three of us. We're gonna do first some of our speakers. We want to save time. We don't want to spread out. It makes sense. We'll be done with this. So what was the order? It's gonna be Roberto Rodelas, Judy Robbins, and then myself. I appreciate it.
Okay. So up first, Roberto.
Muy buenos días.
Buenos días.
Buenos dias.
Board. My name is Roberto Ellis, a native of Miami, Arizona. And as a 91-year-old survivor of Arizona's public education system, as a student during the era of institutionalized racism, an experience that subjected Mexican Americans like myself as students to physical punishment and humiliation in front of one's own classmates for violating the Speak English Only mandate and in support of English immersion, if you will. That childhood experience, Mr. President, framed my social conscience and forged my lifetime commitment to advocacy for support of the vulnerable students among us. Advocacy that impels me to support school bond approvals at the local level. That leads me to vote for nonpartisan school board members who are demonstrably dedicated to supporting professional teachers, nurturing school facilities, and updated teaching materials. Above all, I and other community members are committed to advocate for dual language instruction to ensure that our vulnerable students are taught, not punished, using our home language. And I must say that it's a proven teaching method. And I say it is also weird to listen to a superintendent whose own cultural background was subjected to genocidal methodologies. So I'm here simply to support your mission and hopeful that you will count on us and to support addition of people on the board who reflect the face of Arizona. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
President Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Judy Robbins, followed by Randy Peraz, and then Karen Tang.
Good morning. My name is Judith Robbins, and I'm a retired special educator. As a public school employee, I've been professionally accountable for 35 years of work, but I cannot fathom nor accept how an elected official who is charged with the fiduciary responsibilities of the state's public fund, school funding, is able to mismanage that funding and not be held to account for the malfeasance of schools' most critical and in limited resources. The state superintendent of public instruction and his administration has been at the helm during several major debacles. This seems to be a pattern, from the mismanagement of the ESA voucher program and oversight of those out of control spending in relation to it, to reductions of funding of all Title I funding in schools. And the latest fiasco, $29 million of federal school improvement grant funds sent back because ADOA missed critical deadlines. And shockingly, these federal grants were never realized for our most vulnerable students and school districts. The superintendent is not taking responsibility and instead casting blame on the previous administration of his own inept handling of these financial matters and more. This is unacceptable. The only excuses that could explain such fiscal irresponsibility is negligence, incompetence, or worse, intentional undermining of public schools' financial resources. Our already fragile public school system in Arizona and our at-risk youth are balancing on a knife's edge, and it seems its leader is helping to teeter it off of the edge into the abyss. This board should be taking immediate action. I would ask that you take measures for accountability and pose more oversight demands on the use of these public funds with clear guardrails and consequences. Our students and our school districts are depending on you to make sure the basic standards are met.
Thank you.
The Arizona voters cannot wait until 2026 for accountability of
Thank
this
you.
inadequate,
Thank you.
these inadequate actions. Our school districts and our
Thank you.
students deserve
Please.
more. Thank you.
President Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board.
There requires our point of order. Is it common practice to turn the camera off on the speaker? Because if people are texting me or watching it and saying the camera's been turned off on the speaker, they can hear it. Is that common practice? Because it's on for other people. Can you instruct them to turn the camera on? Appreciate it.
Sure,
The
if we can.
cameras are turned on.
It's back on.
They,
Yeah.
they've been on,
No, they're
yes.
not saying they're off. They're saying the camera for the speaker. They can see the room, but not the speaker.
No, the cameras are on. They're on the speaker.
Okay, great. I appreciate it. Thank you. Again, my name is Randy Paras. Superintendent Horn, we cannot disagree with you more on the whole voucher scam issue that's going on. We're talking about a runaway train, over $1 billion saving up in the general fund. That's why your education budget's under budgeted. So right now, we're going to talk here and say the People's Court is now in session. On charge number one, when it comes to the charge of Superintendent Horn spending tens of millions of dollars to advertise vouchers for children to attend private and religious schools instead of investing that money in our kids at public schools, we find Superintendent Horn guilty. Charge two, when it comes to the charge of illegally stealing close to $1 billion of our taxes to fund vouchers for students to attend private religious schools, we find Superintendent Horn guilty. Charge three, when it comes to violating the Arizona Constitution by refusing to enforce the provision that no public dollars shall be used to fund private or religious schools, we find Superintendent Horn guilty. On charge four, when it comes to recklessly implementing a voucher program with no financial guardrails or other metrics of accountability, we find Superintendent Horn guilty. Number five, when it comes to undermining, undervaluing English, Spanish, dual language programs in public schools where students become fluent in both languages, we find Superintendent Tom Horn guilty. What's before you, Superintendent, is that you're not the superintendent of education, you're the superintendent of public education. And somehow that emphasis has been lost, right? So for you to be out there spending taxpayer dollars to promote private and religious schools who have money of their own, you think Brophy needs this money? You think Brophy has not been educating underprivileged youth since 1928? They don't need it. And so if you just beans test alone, we bring back another $400 million. But no, there's no, you guys, it's other ways. You have people on your board, Jennifer Clark, love your schools, all about, yeah, if it's private and religious. And you have another board member, Anna Tovar, who's about not to be appointed by the Senate president, who's a former teacher, 1.4 million votes, a corporate commission, and somehow someone from our community may not get appointed to this board. Her perspective is needed here. So somehow it's either ethnicity, it's race, at a time when the largest number of public students are Latino. You don't want us to make any correlations? We find you guilty of the highest regard of not honoring your office in the Constitution and the integrity of the public school students. On behalf of 1.1 million students, we find you guilty. Come on up, come on up. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next speaker. We see you. Thank you.
Superintendent Horn, you have any comments to make?
There's no comments during the public session. Please. No. Not,
Superintendent Horn, you're sitting there very
sir,
quiet.
I am chairing this meeting. You are not. You've had your, that's fine. You've had your say. We're going to call the next speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Horn. You have a lot to say, Mr. Horn. Come on.
Dr. Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Karen Tang, followed by Nicole Marquez, and then Jay Griffin. So Dr. Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Karen Tang, followed by Nicole Marquez, and then Jay Griffin. Is Karen with us? How about Nicole Marquez?
All right. Hello again. Good morning, President Core, members of the board, Superintendent Horn. I represent a group of parents, educators, advocates, researchers, who all come together. We've been meeting monthly since the lawsuits against our public school districts have started to advocate for dual language learning. You've probably started to receive some notes of gratitude from us because we are very grateful to the board for continuing to allow the dual language learning model to be an approved model for our schools. It means a lot. It does. Also, last year, our public schools, our ELL students have been showing some great results on their testing. So it is showing that, yes, the DLL model is working in educating our English language learners. Please know, I'm sure you're already aware, as you've heard from so many people in the past, that DLL is highly effective and it is very valued in our communities. However, one note of concern, along with these frivolous and unnecessary lawsuits, that we've heard in our group from credible sources that Superintendent Horn has been using additional scare tactics to undermine dual language learning by calling personally principals of dual language learning schools and directly in attempts to stop these schools from using DLL models. So I hope the board will look further into this conduct because that's not okay. We should be dealing with the
That's not
district.
true, madam.
Okay, well, we've heard from credible sources. So again, yeah, we
That's
can
not
look into
true,
that.
madam.
I would ask that we not engage in a back and forth during
Okay.
call to the public and
Okay.
Superintendent Horn, I'm sure folks will want to hear from you, but let's go
Okay.
ahead, finish your comments,
Right.
please.
So again, we know what Proposition 203 said many years ago, almost a quarter of a century ago, but things have changed. The board has approved DLL models. The legislature unanimously approved DLL models for our public schools. So let's move on and get better. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Jay Griffin, followed by Angela Faber, and then Jeff Hubbs. Jay Griffin is not with us. Angela Faber.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, it's Angela Fraser. Sorry about that if it's incorrect somewhere. Okay, so good morning. Individuals utilizing the ESA program are regularly running into inconsistencies and denials over clearly approved items within the ESA parent handbook. Many wouldn't mind using the reimbursement route. However, the timeline for receiving a reimbursement is unpredictable. Whether the department will approve an item or not, parents aren't hearing back on submitted reimbursement items for weeks or months. Reimbursements for parents should not take months. You have a variety of individuals using the ESA program, some of which are low income, who are barely living paycheck to paycheck, and reimbursement turnaround times should take only days, not weeks or months. All students using the ESA program should have the ability to submit for and receive a debit card. Currently, when using the marketplace through ClassWallet, parents have found that individual items are marked up, meaning that an individual could save, in some instances, hundreds of dollars purchasing directly through a company's site rather than using the ClassWallet marketplace platform. Many parents would rather buy direct and be able to stretch their student funds rather than have what seems to be a middleman pocketing their child's education funds. Students will also receive education items purchased with a debit card more quickly. For example, if a parent purchases an item from Amazon through Marketplace, if that item changes price on Amazon, which Amazon prices are regularly changing, if that item goes up in price, they will have the purchase denied and they will have to resubmit to purchase that item now at the higher price value. The parent will have done nothing wrong, but because the approval process was not quick enough, the parent will have to pay more and also spend more time attempting to get a needed item for their child's education. I respectfully request that debit cards become available for every student using the Empowerment Scholarship Program. that the program become more consistent with approvals and denials, and that reimbursement turnaround times be completed within a single-digit amount of days. Thank you.
President Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. We had two Angelas. So Angela Faber, is she with us?
Angie Faber, you can go ahead and start your comment.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Oh,
Please
good.
go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you. Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. I appreciate it, to the board and to Superintendent Horn. As an ESA parent, the new protocol that came down during regarding curriculum is extremely cumbersome. We understand the reasons behind it. We would like to ask, perhaps, as far as books, to please allow books. There's no reason why books need to have any type of curriculum. Workbooks, reading books, whatever for books. If you could please bring back the book category. It's bogging down the system, waiting for approvals. You could help us out. You can help out your employees. There's zero reason. Please let Attorney General Chris Mays take you to court because you're allowing books for students. That is just absurd that anybody would do that. So we're asking, please help us. Help us help you. Help us help the employees and allow books to be approved without curriculum. We can't teach our students without books. Thank you for your time. We appreciate your hard work and everybody's support for our ESA and for our students. Thank you.
President Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Jeff Hubbs, followed by Julie Batt, and then Kirsten Galindo.
Jeff Hub has not joined us virtually. Julie Batt is ready to go.
Julie?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Julie Batt, and I'm an ESA parent. Thank you for letting me speak today. I echo the same concerns parents submitted in their written comments regarding the long order times, waiting hours on the phone, and repeated application order denials. I sincerely hope Superintendent Horn can brainstorm solutions to help us because it's not sustainable like this. And I know he cares greatly about his constituents that use ESA. I also wanted to comment, though, as a citizen, I'm disappointed in the board's handling of ESA appeals during the last two meetings. This appeal process is the only way ESA parents have to hold the Department of Education accountable, whereas students in public schools can file due process complaints. Superintendent Horn was allowed to discuss and essentially re-argue a case, even calling Maria Sims up to give comment, whereas the parents in appeal cases are relegated to 2 minutes, hours before the case is even brought up. I understand Superintendent Horn leads the board, but this seems like a conflict of interest to allow one-sided discussion in this manner. To add insult to injury, the board decided to send the cases back to the hearing officer, kicking the can down the road for what should have been an open and shut case in agreement with the hearing officer for at least one of these appeals, and both of which have dragged on for several months already. I'm confident the board sincerely cares about all students, including the ESA students, so I respectfully ask that the board give the ESA appeal process its sincerest attention as well. Thank you.
President Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Nicole Harple, followed by Kathy Visser, and then Taylor Hoffman. Nicole, are you with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, Nicole. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. As a military family, my children have been part of ESA for over 7 years. It has been such a great blessing to our family, giving our children access to educational experiences they would otherwise not have had. However, this past year it has been most difficult year in all of the years as a part of ESA. Reimbursements for items that we have previously had no complications ever having quickly reimbursed have been randomly denied. I say randomly because I sent in the exact same invoices and receipts with the same documentation for all 3 of my children, and in 2 separate cases, 2 were denied and 1 was approved. This was by the same person or group of persons within ESA. One of these cases I was advised to resubmit as 1 child was approved and the other 2 were not. The original purchase was made in early June, and still to this day, it is sitting in some kind of review process. It is hard for us to do reimbursements when we are sitting for months on end waiting for approvals and reimbursements to be received. The constant changes with documentation that is needed to provide for approvals on things that have been for years, never been a problem, is super overwhelming, cumbersome, and cutting into the educational time of our students. Also, there are several things within the handbook that are contrary to what is being told to us when we submit. So we're constantly unsure if we're going to do all that is necessary to get a quick and efficient approval. Please, we ask you to retrain employees, hire more workers, and make the system more user-friendly and less cumbersome on the parents trying to guide their children's education. Thank you.
President Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next, we have Kathy Visser, followed by Taylor Hoffman, and then Sean Rickert.
Kathy, you can go ahead and start your comment.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you call my name. Dr. Corr, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I am an ESA parent, certified teacher, and a public school supporter who has utilized the ESA program since 2011. This program is necessary if we are to meet the needs of all of our students, and I'm grateful for this program and the ability to come before the SBE, as for years we had no voice in this program. I want to address some comments earlier. The ignorance about the accountability and the ESA programming is absolutely astounding. Parents support accountability in this program because we want this program protected for our children who need the ESA option. And I would say it's probably the most accountable program I've ever seen in the government with the amount of documentation we are required to provide. So I'd ask people that think it's not accountable to educate themselves. The backlog has been out of control for months. We did see some headway with some automation a few months ago, but it seems the AG's demands for it has gotten back to extremely unacceptable wait times. Have there been any conversations with the AG about at least having an auto-approved list for reasonable items like basic school supplies like pencils and pens, so we aren't having to write curriculum for those items? And finding a curriculum or find one that requires them. Employees are also repeatedly rejecting clearly allowable and properly documented items. These items are, oh, my thing just disappeared. These items are being denied that do not require documentation, such as curriculum. We are being asked for curriculum to document the need for curriculum, which is a bit ridiculous. I think sometimes the employees just don't know what they're looking at. And even computers and things that are in a totally different category and are not considered supplemental items, we are being asked to provide documentation for those items. Thank you. I really appreciate the attention that's being paid to this, and I appreciate the superintendent's support of this program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Taylor Hoffman, followed by Sean Rickert.
Hello and good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I am a working mother whose children use ESA. I'm here to discuss changes to the program that have made it difficult for families. As the mother of a child with a significant disability, I cannot be expected to wait months for reimbursements to be approved. As of today, my child with a disability still has over $4,800 in unapproved reimbursements. Parents can't cover thousands of dollars in reimbursements for months on end. The approval process is also random, chaotic, and unpredictable. We need to be able to rest assured that our reimbursements will be approved in an orderly process and within 2 weeks, not months. Additionally, vendors can't be expected to wait months for invoices to be paid. They can't continue providing important services like occupational and speech therapy if they have to wait months to be paid. Finally, the curriculum requirement has become extremely burdensome. Parents shouldn't have to submit a separate curriculum to purchase books or even a curriculum itself. For example, we had to submit separate curriculum for each book for a single literature class, as well as for one packet of erasers. Respectfully, Mr. Horn, please defy the Attorney General's order requiring curriculum, especially for books. Please make the reimbursement and direct pay processes predictable and timely. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
President Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, our final speaker for this call to the public is Sean Rickert.
Good morning, Dr. Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Gosh, every seat almost, wow, every seat's full. It's incredible. My name is Sean Rickert, and I'm the superintendent of the Pima Unified School District, which is located in Graham County, Arizona. Starting off my 13th year in that capacity. And actually what I wanted to talk about a little bit with you is to just say thank you, first and foremost. But back in 2022, in October of 2022, Pima Elementary School was labeled under the state's K-8 F system as an F school. It had been a D school the year prior to that, had a lot of issues which I was well aware of, and which have been addressed. But a lot of the support for that for addressing those issues, came from the department under the leadership of Superintendent Horn. And I just, prior to that, we had offered our teachers professional development. We had done, book discussions. We had worked with our teachers, try to help them to be the best that they could be. But we didn't have some very important tools to guide them in developing their technique as educators. And through Superintendent Horn's support for Project Momentum, program which has been in Arizona, meeting needs in a small number of schools to help guide teachers in developing professional learning communities where they're not just there to run through the curriculum, read through the script, and provide students with the worksheets and the instruction, but where they're really spending time talking about their craft and becoming the best that they can be. And that's been a great opportunity for my teachers. And I'm glad to see that it's become a great opportunity for teachers throughout the state of Arizona. So I just felt like I wanted to share that gratitude and maybe end this call to the public on a positive note. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming up.
President Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, that concludes this call to the public.
Fantastic. Thank you. Then I'll move us on to item 3 on our agenda, the consent agenda. So we have quite a number of consent items, items 3A through 3O. I'm happy to take these as a single motion, but want to give my colleagues an opportunity to remove any item that they wish. Member Kravickas.
Item 3C, please.
3C. Okay. Any others? No? All right, then before circling back to discuss 3C, I would seek a motion to approve items 3A and B, and then 3D through O. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Clark. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Dr. Hagerman. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the motion as presented, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. All right, then we will circle back to a motion passes unanimously. We'll circle back to 3C, which is approval of the A to F Accountability System Business Rules document for 23-24. Member Kervikas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and fellow members. Just 2 weekends ago, I was at breakfast with a mom, and we ran into a common friend who has a child with Down syndrome and also a senior. And I had asked her what she was doing for transition and graduation. And she told me that the district told her, this was just 2 weeks ago, that they couldn't offer transition because they had to graduate in 4 years or it would hurt their letter grade. So this is relevant. And back in April, we heard from 2 teachers, we heard from a school board representative, we heard from Disability Rights Arizona, we heard from Raising Special Kids. This is a huge issue out there, numerically small, but to a certain population, a very relevant issue. I've been working with staff, thank you, on a variety of different ways to try to work on this, and this is one of them. If you notice, number 2 at the bottom of it says that the language regarding the 4, 5, 6, and 7-year graduation rates for students with disabilities has been amended to align. I want to approve this and pass it on because I really appreciate it. And I want to call out Sean Smith specifically. I know he's been working diligently with our staff to kind of unwind this and figure out the data systems and how this could work. But I'm imploring the department for crystal clear language. The language right now is still very murky that specifically says and cites the statutes, federal and state law, allow any child with an IEP, not just the some cases as the words say now, any child with a disability to receive FAPE, free and appropriate public education and services until the age of 21, in Arizona 22. And that it is the intent of the state board and the department to not penalize schools for providing the individualized education programs that students deserve and are entitled to under federal and state law. So again, I appreciate the effort, but I'm begging for more clear language, and especially in the follow-up bulletin that I know that you're thinking about, that specifically cites the federal law and saying we are not intending to penalize the schools and they shouldn't have to appeal. I know there's data system issues you guys are working with, but even the appeal language makes it sound like they have to prove that that's okay. They should just have to submit the data and say this child has an IEP and be done. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Kervikas. Any other comments or discussion? Hearing none, I seek a motion for approval of item 3C as presented. Do I have such a motion?
Member Tovar.
Member Tovar, thank you.
Second.
And second Vice President Haley. Any other conversation or discussion? Please, Member Kervikas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one technical question for staff. If we approve this, can the department still tweak some of that language as I've mentioned?
President Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Yeah, absolutely. And it would just come back before the board.
Or at least in the follow-up bulletin and other things.
Yeah, and Member Kervikas, I know you were looking for some language to clarify that can be part of the grader or the bulletin that the accountability team from ADE sends out. I may have misnamed it, but I'll be sure to run that through with you before.
Member Catanese.
Just a question. So how fast would the turnaround be of that language? Do you know?
President Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, I'm just calling Sean Smith, Chief Accountability Officer from ADE up. I don't want to speak for him on that.
There we go. President Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, thank you for having me here. And again, thanks to everybody for the work on this particular section. As Member Kervikas mentioned, it is something we want to make sure that the incentives and the support are in the right way for schools so that they're not feeling pressure to make decisions for special education students based on anything except for what's best interest of those students. I've relied a lot, as I'm not a special education expert, on my colleagues and those who are. My wife is a special education teacher, so it's definitely an issue that's near and dear to our hearts. I don't anticipate a very long turnaround. We can make a quick update. I just want to work with experts to make sure that I'm getting the language right and make sure that we're putting something out there that helps schools understand how to navigate it. So yeah, we'll continue to work with that, and we can do that quickly.
So Sean, just to be more specific, maybe a month?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Sean. Any other we do have a motion and a second. Any other further discussion? Okay. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion as presented, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Okay, passes unanimously. Move us on to item 4, our second call to the public. This is the time for the public to comment on the general session items. And again, members of the board should not discuss items not specifically identified on the agenda. But we can certainly direct staff to look into things or schedule that discussion at a later date. So Executive Director Ross, I understand we have a couple of folks who would like to chat with us. Yeah.
President Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up first, we have Coco Lovejoy, followed by Marcus Garcia.
We can go ahead and get those passed out for you if you'd like. Good morning, Ms. Lovejoy. Okay, you're ready to go whenever you are, Ms. Lovejoy, please.
Hello, my name is Parent CB. I am here actually to talk directly to ADE's Empowerment Scholarship account. Shame on you for disregarding the legal authority of a hearing officer who thoroughly reviewed the case and determined that Parent CB was correct and ADE was wrong. Shame on you for lying to the board and the hearing officer that we purchased RVs, recreational vehicles. On page 4, you will see that the buggies charge for 12 to 24 hours for like a 20 to 40 minute runtime if no wait is involved. Shame on you for the last meeting manipulation behind closed doors instead of in front of me, as I was in this room for 4 hours waiting for that meeting agenda point to be voted on. Shame on you, board members, for sending back to the judge our case in violation of the due process without any attempt to provide a valid reason or proof of the officer unfitness. This sets a dangerous precedent for all parents seeking justice for their appeals. Shame on you again, ADE, for your failure to support vulnerable special needs students. Your actions demonstrated a shocking disregard for the documented needs of autistic children. By prioritizing political interests over the well-being of the vulnerable students, you failed in your fundamental duty to serve all students. Shame on you for undermining parental rights to make educational and developmental decisions for our children. By reversing approvals and demanding repayments, you showed clear disregard for our role as primary advocates for our children. Shame on you for all this and more. By acting in such an unjust and arbitrary manner, you have damaged the public's trust in the education system. Members of the board, please stand firm in the law, statutes, and rules. Please make your decisions in the public forum and not behind closed doors like you did 2 months ago. I'll be here paying attention to your ruling on item 5D. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Dr. Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Up next is Marcus Garcia.
Mr. Garcia, you can go ahead and make your comment.
You guys can hear me?
We can, Mr. Garcia. Go ahead.
I'm Parent MB. This whole appeal system has been going on for almost a year with these buggies. We went through all the hoops. We filed all the paperwork. We were actually reimbursed. We went through the hearing officer sided with us. And then the board decided that we needed to do some double jeopardy action or something last time. And they sent it back for a rehearing. And at the very core of our Constitution, that is illegal. There's a reason you can't try someone twice, especially if there wasn't a mistrial. If there was a verdict, sure. But the board sending that back, they took on the role of one of the parties involved, not the judicial party that they're supposed to be in this process. So we kindly ask that you review the case, review the findings by the hearing officer, recognize that a lot of occupational therapy materials and other materials used in special needs education and therapies to support education are often weird and won't be found in public schools. I would strongly recommend that you guys employ some consultants to go find out if this is something that would actually be used, rather than making arbitrary judgments based off the name on an Amazon page and your own personal inclinations. Your personal inclinations are not why you're there. You are there to fulfill the will of the people, not to make judicial decisions based on arbitrary dialogue and information. Thank you for your time. God bless.
Thank you.
President Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, that concludes this call to the public.
Thank you, Executive Director Ross. I'm going to move us on to the general session then. And item 5A is for information only and presentation and discussion of school improvement funding that was subject to being returned to the federal government by the Arizona Department of Education. And Director Ross.
President Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, with us today is Associate Superintendent Michelle Udall.
Welcome, Ms. Udall. Please.
Thank you. Dr. Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, thank you for having me here today. I'm here to share with you a little bit about what has happened with school improvement funding in the last few months and give you an update about what's going on and what we're doing about it. And I do have a clicker. Great. So again, my name is Michelle Udall. I'm Associate Superintendent with the Arizona Department of Education. But the clicker's not working. Is it not turned on? It's probably off. Okay, got it. There we go. Thanks. So as you may have heard, we did have some funds that recently reverted to the federal government, and I'll give you a little bit of an update on where we're at with that because we think we may have an opportunity to get them back. These are allocations that were received in federal fiscal year 2020 and 2021. There was a waiver to extend the obligation granted for federal fiscal year 2020. That waiver was done in summer of 2021 was sent in. And so the new deadline to expend those funds was January 2024. And it's about $29 million of school improvement funds that were not spent by that point and so reverted. And in our understanding at that time, it had already reverted to Treasury, which would mean it's too late at that point. We've since found out otherwise, so we have requested a waiver. We'll get into that in a little bit. So the way that the school improvement grant cycle works, we award grants every summer. There are several different categories of grants. There are comprehensive school improvement grants, there are systemic school improvement grants, and there are TSI, so targeted school improvement grants for different schools that fall into different levels of school improvement. So every summer, grants are approved. The schools then have between that summer and the following fall to spend that money. So there's a 15-month grant cycle where they have 15 months to obligate the money and then an additional 3 months to liquidate. So a total of 18 months from the time they receive the grant till the time it has to be spent. And so they have to obligate the funds by the end of September each year, and then they have to liquidate them by the end of December. So looking to understand the timeline of what was happening then, in order to spend that additional 29 million, there was 24 million of it that should have been awarded. Whoops, just decided to go back. It went forward. Okay, just a second, sorry. All right. There was a 24 million that of the 29 million, approximately 24 should have been awarded by that summer of 2022 so that within the 18 months, it would have been spent. So in order to be spent by the end of December 2023 or by January 2024, it really needed to be awarded summer of 2022, obligated by September of 2023 by the schools, and then liquidated by the end of December. There was 5 million of that 29 million, approximately 5 million, that was awarded summer of 2022, but then schools did not spend down that total amount of money by the deadlines. So that was money that was correctly awarded, but then it was not drawn down by schools. So that makes up the 29 million that was not spent. So what have we been doing about this? Or how did we get in this place to begin with? For the past several years, school improvement received about $21 to $25 million per year in awards for school improvement. And that's part of Title I. But due to the Title I restrictions, on top of that 29 million being reverted, because Title I was reduced so much this year, we only received 13 million in fiscal funds for this year. So not only did we have the money that reverted, but then we were also very short on the budget that we received this year. Now, since we came into the office, we have been making every effort possible to push money out to schools, and we've increased grant amounts. We've simplified grant applications. We've been trying to make sure that that money gets out to schools because we saw that there was a pattern of not getting the money out to them. And so we've been working on that, and we have been getting it out to schools at a faster pace, but obviously it still was not a fast enough pace in order to spend down. There was really no way for us, once we came in, to have spent down that money within that amount of time. So what did we do when all of this came together? So there was the combination of the 29 million that was sent back. And then when we found out how much smaller our allocation was this year, we realized we weren't going to be able to do larger grant amounts. We were going to have to reduce some of the grants that we had already awarded because although we had a pretty significant buffer, the 29 plus the 11 or 12 we were short is more than the buffer that we had for ourselves. So nobody keeps a 40. I don't keep a $40 million buffer. I want that money out of schools. So we did not have a $40 million buffer. And as such, we've had to reduce grants. So we started with, there were a few grants that had just been awarded, some in October October to December timeframe of last year, and some in the spring of this year. Those are the systemic school improvement grants and the more rigorous option grants. Those had already been approved. And so we did reduce those to a per pupil amount of $200 per student per year. We have seen some really great systemic school improvement things work at that price point. We heard a little bit about Project Momentum earlier. That one is a little bit under that price point. And there are other school improvement models that we've seen work at that price point. So we tried to go to a price point that we felt like could still work, but that was reasonable. We did make sure that if they'd already spent money, we didn't claw any of that back. So what they had already used, we let them keep what they had used. We didn't want to, we felt it would be unfair to take back money they had already spent in good faith. And we did put a kind of a floor for small schools. So we allowed them slightly higher amounts, because if you only have 50 to 100 students in a school, then $200 per school is not going to get you, or per student is not going to get you enough to do anything. So we did put a floor for smaller schools. So those were for the grants that had already been approved. But we also had grants waiting for approval for this summer. And we held off while we tried to figure out ways to fill that hole in the budget. Again, we had a pretty good buffer, so we thought we might still be okay. But then as we looked at the final numbers, we just looked for anywhere else to fill that. If we could use ESSER money, if we could use other title funds, we looked at ways to fill that, and we were unable to find enough money to fill that hole. So we also had to reduce the grants for this school year. And normally the TSI grants in the past, last year, the TSI grants, those are the targeted school improvement grants. They're normally $15,000 to $30,000, depending on the number of students. That's what they had been. We had hoped to double them this year. And so as schools applied, we asked them to go ahead and apply for that larger amount. We had to reduce those back to the $15,000 to $30,000 per school amount, unfortunately. The CSI grants, the comprehensive school improvement ones, we've also had to reduce. There wasn't a set amount for those, but we've reduced those to a maximum of the $200 per pupil served. Again, we know that there are school improvement systems that work out there at that price point. We've seen them work and be very effective in the long term. And so we kept that funding floor for very small schools of 40,000, but then $200 per pupil. So that's what's happening with the current grants. We're still in the process of getting those approved, letting schools modify their grants to the point that they need to in order to do that. We've also looked at what's sustainable and what's not. So when schools are identified in school improvement, the goal is for them to get out. So we didn't want them putting a bunch of things in their grant that would mean they're funded now and then they get out and they fall right back into school improvement. So we did reduce the number. We wanted to eliminate full-time positions from these grants, but we also understand that some schools had already hired or there were a continuation of that position. So we're allowing some flexibility this year on that. But in the long run, we want to eliminate things in those grants that would not be sustainable. So if you're needing a full-time position, you need to be paying it out of something that is a sustainable funding source, not a one-year grant. And so those are some of the changes that we've made to the grants this year. Again, we're being very flexible with schools because we know this came very late after many of them had done their budgets. Oh, it likes to double click. So after we had started to make all these adjustments, we found out that the money was not in fact reverted to the Treasury. It had reverted to US Ed, but not to the Treasury yet. And we could still do a waiver. So we have since submitted a waiver. There is a 30-day public comment period. So we have on our website a place for public comment on the waiver. That waiver would allow us to continue spending that $29 million for another year and a half. So that would allow us to then go back in and give the money where it is needed to some of these schools. So if the waiver is granted, we will make more funds available after we evaluate all the federal funds that are currently open, after we look at what we can do with what we currently have. Unfortunately, we can't do that until the waiver is or isn't granted. We have to wait on the federal government for that. So we are currently proceeding with the reduced amounts so that we can just get them approved and allow schools to begin spending that money. So that's what I have for you on this. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple of, and then I'll see if my colleagues have questions. The public comment is now open. Is there the sense there should be a formal statement from this board, or what are we recommending to make sure this $29 million comes back to Arizona, regardless of why it didn't get spent? And there are different views on that. But regardless of that, how do we get it back to Arizona? What's our best approach?
Rick, Dr. Core, members of the board, I think we would welcome public comments on that. We have to respond to any public comments that come in, and we're happy to do that. If the board would like to make public comment to that extent, we would be happy to receive that and pass that on. We have a sense that it's likely to be approved regardless, but we do want to make sure that it is.
And then you said 30 days. So somewhere around the 12th of September, we'll find out if this is in fact granted.
So Dr. Core, members of the board, that is when the public comment period ends.
Oh, got it.
We have to then send that into them. We think that we will find out very quickly after that, but that is the earliest we could find out.
Thank you.
Just depends on them from that point.
Any thoughts or questions from members of the board? Yeah, Member Tovar.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I would like to this entire situation about how the money we didn't get the money and we didn't put in the waiver, all these what is in place to stop that? Because what happened was this was a horrible ripple effect, okay, among the schools. It was horrendous. It put everybody on alert, and it also that trust factor went down even more. So my question of many questions I have is, how did it happen?
Mm-hmm.
I would really like to know that. How did this happen where we didn't know, that we were supposed to put in for the waiver, or even in the fact that why did the money go back? How did all that happen?
Thank you, Dr. Clay, members of the board. There were several factors that happened. Some of it was that in the change of administration, nobody was notified during that transition that that deadline was approaching. And I don't think casting blame and aspersions is really going to help us at this point. But I will say that the waiver should have been submitted before this administration came in. If you look at when that original waiver was done, it was done in the summer of 21. If they still weren't going to spend it by that time, that next waiver should have been done that following year. That's when it should have been known that it was necessary. So it should have been done a long time ago. By the time we found out about it, it was what we deemed too late because our understanding was it had been reverted to Treasury. And so we've acted on it as soon as we knew there was something to act on. As soon as we were notified that it had not reverted to Treasury, we immediately, within a couple of days, sent in that waiver request. But again, some of it was in that transition that we also had an employee that unfortunately tended to hoard information and wasn't sharing it with others. And so the person that should have known that and should have made people aware was not at the time. And so we've put a lot into place to make sure that we're having those conversations between budget and the units, just to make sure that we're very aware of what those deadlines are and what money is available.
Do you have a follow-up question, Dr. Clay?
Yes.
Please.
With my experience with grants, and I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, okay, but processes to me is very important. And this should not, I know that with grants with me, I have a red flag that says, this is when something is going to end. I need money spent by that time, regardless of what the prior administration had done or had not done. My concern and the concern of the field is that the waivers were not being put in place until somebody came basically and told you guys that it was being done. The fight for the money wasn't as it wasn't as robust as it should have been from the Department of Education. Could you comment on that?
Sure, Dr. Clay. I will tell you that when I found out it had reverted, I did everything I thought I could to try and get that money back. I went everywhere I could because we needed that money. We were planning on getting that money spent. As I said, we've been doing everything we can to push that money out to schools because we felt like that hadn't been happening in the way it should be, which is why we had increased grant amounts. Unfortunately, you're correct. There was a lack of communication there as that transition happened. And again, as I said earlier, we had an employee that is no longer with us that was hoarding some of that information and was not sharing it. That should have been the person saying, hey, this needs to be spent by that date. That didn't happen.
Last question. Could you explain the processes that you are putting in place to make sure nothing like this ever happens again?
Sure. Dr. Clay, members of the board, we've done quite a few things. One, we're having very serious discussions about what those grant amounts need to be going forward. The thing we couldn't have predicted was how much that Title I allocation went down and how that impacted it. Because frankly, with the reversion of funds, we still would have been able to go with those higher grant amounts, with the grant amounts that had been awarded, that we were planning on awarding, had our this year's allocation not dropped so significantly. Unfortunately, that is completely dependent on the census, the annual census that comes through. And that impacted our school improvement funding to such an extent that we could not have predicted that. Now, as I said earlier, we usually have a buffer. And that buffer usually prevents these kind of things from happening. But we don't have a $40 million buffer because then we would never get the money spent on time. We have to be pretty close to the amount that we're receiving going out. And unfortunately, that combination of things is what really caused the problem. So what are we doing to prevent that? We're having regular meetings with budget. I've had a lot of meetings with both a couple of the gentlemen here to make sure that we know how much we have to spend and that we're spending that in the right way and at the right time. And then we're having discussions on what can you request a waiver for and at what point can you request the waiver and how do we make sure that we're requesting the waiver when we need it and that we get that done. So we also have that deadline coming up with ESSER, and I just want to get that out there. And we have a similar deadline coming up with ESSER, and we are doing everything in our power to make sure that schools have spent down that money on time. We're kind of checking the stats daily to make sure that it's getting spent down in the way it needs to be. And as we come close to deadlines, we're going to do a lot more of that. But the big planning comes the year and a half earlier. So we're making sure that as we send grants out, as we award grants, that we're awarding the full amount that needs to be awarded. That's the biggest thing that we're making sure that we do, so that we don't have these funds roll over and build up in a way that they will revert.
Thank you. Seriously, last question.
Okay.
The money coming back, when it comes back, because I'm sure the waiver is going to be approved. We have a couple of states already who the waivers have been approved. But money coming back, are you going to make all schools whole? All schools who had the money that was supposed to come to them, are you going to make all schools whole with that when it comes back?
So Dr. Clay, members of the board, we're going to take a very good look at the spend down. As we said in the past, I said earlier, there are some schools that even though they're awarded a grant, aren't spending their allocations. And so we're talking about making sure that we first prioritize schools that are spending down their allocations in a timely manner, because if they're not spending what we've already given them, what happens is that money gets tied up. We can't award it to someone else, but then it doesn't get spent on time. Like the 5 million that went back, that was awarded properly and didn't get spent on time. So we will be looking at that. We'll be looking at what we feel like can be spent well in that time period, because there is still a time period on it, even with the waiver. So there are some factors we will be looking at as we award that money.
So the answer is, it depends.
Dr. Clay, the answer is it will be awarded after. It won't just be you ask for this much money, you're going to get this much money. It will be based on a number of factors, including how much money we have, when it has to be spent, and what are deemed proper uses of the fund. Again, we're not going to put a bunch of full-time positions in that weren't there prior. We're going to look at factors like that as we award it.
Thank you. Member Tovar, did you have a question or comment?
Thank you. Yes, I do.
Please.
Ms. Udall, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for being here. I do have a few questions. I'll start off first with why did ADSI wait from March until July to inform MRO schools of this severe reduction?
So thank Ms. Tovar, members of the board. Remember that in March we knew that the funds had reverted, but we did still have enough of a buffer that we thought we would still be okay. It wasn't until we figured out what our allocation was for the Title I and we realized how reduced it was. And that was at a later date. And then from that later date, we spent some time trying to find ways to fill that hole because we did not want to reduce grants. That was our absolute last option on the table. We did not want to reduce grants. We wanted that money to go to schools. And so we took some time to try and find a way to fill that hole before doing that to schools because we didn't want to.
Thank you. A follow-up on that. When were you notified on the Title I reduction?
That was, the overall Title I allocations were, I'm going to look back here. Chris, we're going to have Chris come tell us, because it was about late April, but then when we knew what school improvement was getting was a little bit later than that, I believe. Do you remember dates on when we found out how much our Title I part was? May-ish. For the school improvement.
Hi, everyone. Chris Brown. I have a couple titles with the department. Dr. Core, Vice President Haley, Superintendent, and members of the board. Can you repeat the question just so I make sure I'm technically
On your
accurate?
Title I funding, when were you notified of that reduction?
For school improvement.
For school improvement.
For the current year that we just got in, we knew approximately the final numbers in April, May, around that time period. I just want to be clear what allocation you're talking about. I'm assuming the $13 million number you said. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Census data came in approximately in December and January, but that doesn't actually tell you amounts. You just have to do estimates.
Okay, so April would be the date.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Ms. Tovar, we knew in late April, May, probably by the time that our unit knew what the amounts were. And then again, we spent a few weeks trying to find a way to fill that hole so that we wouldn't have to reduce those grants. So that's why it went as long as it did.
Okay. My next question would be, why did ADSI proceed with FY25 grants as is, doubling the TSI allowed amounts when it was known that the funds had been reverted and Title I set aside was severely reduced and therefore were not sufficient funds to cover the 2-year FY24 grants and the new FY25 grants?
So Ms. Tovar, members of the board, those grants opened on March 1st. So before we knew the extent of that. And again, we were still trying to push money out to the field as quickly as we could. And so it wasn't until we got those later numbers that we realized that we weren't going to be able to fund to that amount.
Okay. A follow-up to that is, wouldn't it have been prudent to stop the process, regroup, and then from there transparently communicate with the LEIs and schools in March, and when, so that they could have planned accordingly at that time?
So Ms. Tovar, in March, we were not planning on reducing those amounts. We had a pretty big buffer. And with the 29 reverted, we still had enough buffer that we were going to be able to fund those higher amounts. It wasn't until we found out about the additional reduction that we could not.
Okay.
So, and by that point, their applications had already been submitted.
But didn't the deadline of the applications for the grants close until May 31st?
Ms. Tovar, yes, but because they open on March 1st, we start receiving applications in March and April. So it was very late in it, in that timeline to then try and change amounts.
Maybe you can answer, how many schools and how many students were impacted by this reduction?
Yes, I can answer the number of schools. Let me find that on here real quickly. Thought I had it on my slideshow, actually. Let me see if I have that. I thought I put it on the slideshow, sorry. Because I know I wrote that down. Maybe I didn't put it in the slideshow, sorry. So I'm gonna go off memory because I thought it was in the slideshow. So it was about 13 MRO schools, about 36, I want to say, of the systemic school improvement grants. And then of the TSI grants, it was about 150. And of the CSI, it was around 30 also.
Schools. Okay.
Yes. And I don't have the number of students at each of those readily available.
Can you get that to us, to the board?
Sure.
Thank you. And I feel that this issue is pressing to me because for me, it just seems like it hurts the most vulnerable of our students that need these programming. As a former teacher, these were the programs that helped our students. And so, when I heard about this issue in regards to, what had happened, number one, I thought it was, it cost, people their jobs. It could have been avoidable. For me, it was unnecessary. And ultimately, I want to know who's going to take accountability for this, because in my opinion, what had transpired with the 29 million could have been preventable. It absolutely could have. You had made a statement in regards to, you thought it should have been by the previous administration. $29 million in the scheme of your entire budget may not be a lot, but it is a lot to the students that need it the most. And this is where I'm receiving information from not only, teachers, but parents and ultimately, the children that are going to be affected by this mistake that could have been preventable. In regards to the reverted funds needed to be allocated by July 22, you said. I personally think that is inaccurate because there is no deadline for allocating federal funds, is there?
Ms. Tovar, the way the grant process works, had we tried to start even in January of 2023, we would have had to create a new grant, communicate to the field about the new grant, and then have them apply for the new grant, then award the new grant, and then have them obligate all of the money by September of 2023. And to have schools do that in a way that was responsible and actually had outcomes would have been impossible. That was not a feasible thing to have done, even had the transition team told us when we came in that was happening. Because it takes a few months. You have to leave the grant application open for a few months. You have to communicate to the field of that opportunity for a couple months. I mean, just that timeline alone to have created the grant, had them apply, and then awarded the grant, we would have been at the September deadline.
Okay, then.
So unfortunately, that's not really feasible. And I will also say, I love school improvement. It's what I want to do. I'm very passionate about helping these schools improve. I want to make money available to them, and especially to make resources and to support these schools. It kills me for us to have to reduce those grant amounts. It is the last thing in the world we wanted to do at the Department of Ed. We want to provide more supports. You heard Superintendent Rickard talk about Project Momentum and about what we've been doing to try and make that available to more schools, make school improvement opportunities available. That is my purpose at work, to make more available. I want to make it available. And I hate that this happened. But unfortunately, we just can't allocate money we don't have.
Going back to the federal funds, I believe that they're good for 27 months and can be allocated to schools at any time during those 27 months, correct?
Ms. Tovar, they can be allocated, but they have to be obligated by that deadline.
Okay. Okay.
And so we only had 9 months until that deadline when we came into the office. And that was where the window was too small.
Okay. Maybe if you could answer in regards to the breakdown. And I know that my colleague here asked in regards to the breakdown and what systems maybe should have been put in place to trigger maybe, preventing this from happening. Can you talk a little bit about your grants management enterprise, which is a system that should not have allowed allocations to go over the amount of the federal funds available during the life of the grant, taking the expiration date into account?
So Ms. Tovar, the grant management enterprise system did not allow that. The CSI and TSI grants that were pending, that were waiting, there was never money allocated to them. And so had we not needed to allocate to them, we could have left the money in MRO and the other grant. But in order to allocate to those, that's why we had to do the reduction to the grant. So the money was never over allocated. But we definitely needed to allocate some to the CSI and TSI schools. And so that's where there had to be some shifting of the same funds. It wasn't over allocated at any point.
You had mentioned a little bit about budget and finance and how you're now communicating a little bit more better. So budget and finance, do they have records to when the funds expire and how much is expiring? Do they have access to the federal system to track spending and fund balances?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And so where was that communication gap when this happened?
As I said earlier, we had one employee in particular who was kind of hoarding that information, was not sharing it, although there were a couple that were there at the time that were not bringing that to anyone's attention that needed to know in order to act on it. And so they have been replaced. And we have put systems in place to make sure that that communication is there.
Can you expand on that communication system policy now? Because it seemed like you were relying on one person on this issue, and hopefully it's improved.
So Ms. Tovar, members of the board, yes, we had when we first came in, there was one person that was doing a lot of that across the agency. And when that person when he left, we did a lot to try and share that information more widely, and it has gotten to where it is shared more widely. We're having regular, like I talked about the ESSER ones, especially when we have a deadline coming up, we're having regular meetings with budget and with our CFO about where we're at on that, what we're doing to make sure that the money is spent on time. So we're having regular meetings on these grants to make sure that this kind of thing doesn't happen again.
Back to the non-communication, where you said there was only one person. Did the USED, did a program officer communicate with your department in regards to the possible funds reverting before they actually reverted?
Ms. Tovar, we were not able to find any communication of that sort from them. The first one that we got actually was in June of this year after they had reverted. And then in August, after some of this became public, we received a notification. We understand that went up to about 15 states that said, this hasn't reverted to the Treasury yet. You can apply for a waiver. So that notice went out on August 9th, I believe. So it wasn't even communicated to us from U.S. Department of Ed until after the fact.
Do you have that date of when that was
It was June 6th, June 9th. It was June 9th was the first one, and that was just a standard one that says this is the amount left in each of the accounts. And then August was when they said it had not reverted to Treasury and we could apply for a waiver. August 9th. Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Tovar, members of the board, Tim McCain, CFO for Department of Education. The notice that we got in June, was a liquidation extension only. And that was all we thought we would be eligible for, which is why we did not, pursue anything at that time. A liquidation extension would only allow for the liquidation of the funds, not allow for the obligation of the funds, which is why we didn't think we were eligible for that.
Okay. I understand about the admin change and things like that, but what about the USED program manager? What have the continued conversations? Did that ever transpire or none?
So are you talking about the USED with the one that works for the federal government or our program manager that
Your program
communicates with them?
manager.
That is the person that left.
Okay. And you only had one?
We had one primary one that was communicating with us, and that was the one that was, I think that was his title, right?
So two?
No, that was the title, but I mean, we also, our CFO leave a little bit later too. So I assume that he had some of the information also.
And you said now the policies have changed where there's more people that know?
Absolutely.
Okay, so to prevent this from happening.
Yes.
Again on it. I do have another question. Oh, yes. How did ADE differentiate cuts between every Student Success Act required use of funds for targeted school improvement, comprehension school improvement, and more rigorous options as opposed to systematic school improvement? What will this look like when USED restores funding and is reallocated to schools?
So Ms. Tovar, all of the schools in all of those grants you just listed have to qualify for federal school improvement to receive any of those grants. The only ones that don't would be one of the grants that is paid for by some state funds, which there's a systemic school improvement grant that is paid for by state funds. And then there's one that's paid for by, most of it's paid for by federal. So any of the schools that qualify for federal school improvement are in that grant. So all of those funds are for schools that qualify for federal school improvement. Some of them chose to participate in the state systemic school improvement grant and some didn't. So when we did it, we looked mainly at, is this grant impacting all of the students at the school, or is it more targeted on a specific subgroup? And so that's what we looked at. We also looked at, has this grant already been director approved and they've already started spending down, or is this a new grant? That they have a little more opportunity to make adjustments. So those were kind of the main factors we looked at. And then we looked at it on a per pupil level.
Okay. Going back to your presentation, and I think you mentioned something about the $200 allocation. I don't remember.
$200 per
Right there.
student.
Yeah.
Yes.
You just sent, yeah.
Okay.
Is it on page?
This one, or it mentions it a couple different places.
Okay. Could you tell me a little bit about the research that backs the $200 per year? Where did that $200 come from?
Sure, Ms. Tovar. Mainly, we've seen systems that work. So we looked at what is working in the state of Arizona, where we're seeing improvements. And that was kind of the price point that we're seeing improvements that work at. So we looked at Project Momentum, for example, has been very successful, and it's a little bit under that level. When it started, it was about 150 per student. It's with inflation and everything else, it's about 195 per student. So we know that that works at that level, and that is a whole school systemic school improvement. And so we looked at some others, some of the other school improvement experts in the area, and we found others within that price point that were working. And so we really looked at what is the price point in our state that is working, that we're seeing work with our schools that are effective.
Okay. Did you use evidence according to the ESSA evidence tiers to substantiate this $200 amount?
So Ms. Tovar, the SI tiers of evidence doesn't talk about dollar amounts at all. It talks about what types of interventions work. And in order to receive any of our school improvement grants, they have to qualify for one of the top 3 tiers of evidence.
Okay.
So anything in any of our grants has to qualify for one of those top 3 tiers.
Okay. But the programs that you just mentioned, are they considered evidence? Because to me, it would be more anecdotal.
So Ms. Tovar, yes, every program that we allow to be used for school improvement has to satisfy one of the top 3 tiers of evidence. So yes, they are all evidence-based.
Okay.
All
Thank
of the
you
practices.
on that. Back to if you received the waiver, I know it's been broached in regards to what can happen with that. And it wasn't, you were mentioning you have to reapply and you will decide then. So I'll just go ahead and ask a couple of questions. Will CSI schools be able to resubmit their original budget request?
Ms. Tovar, that hasn't been decided yet. It depends on some of the details of the waiver. But we're also looking at some of the Title I reductions, and because this is Title I, it's Title I money. It's Title I that was designated for school improvement at some point, but we might be able to help with some of the Title I reductions. And so there's been some talk about what the other options are. So it won't just be a straight, well, if you applied for this before, then you're going to get it. We'll be looking at some factors like, are you spending down? Like I said earlier, are you spending down what you got? Are you drawing it down on a regular basis and on time? Are you using effective practices and seeing an impact? Things like that.
Thank you. Will the TSI grants be automatically be doubled since they were cut in half?
Again, it'll be the same as for the CSI. We'll be looking at some other factors as well.
Okay, and then since MRO grants were previously director approved, will they be reinstated to their original allocations?
Ms. Tovar, for all of the grants, it'll be based on some factors that we need to look at. To me, I think the MRO ones are probably the first ones we'll look at putting some money back in. That would probably be my first preference, as long as they're spending down what they have and they're doing valid things with that money. That would be the first place we would look.
Okay. And when would you had mentioned you're working on all of this. When will this be communicated to the schools?
So Ms. Tovar, we've been having this discussion. I've actually done pretty much this exact same presentation to about 6 different audiences. One of them, we had a webinar for CSI and TSI schools. We had one for MRO schools. We did one with the MRO vendors. We've done one with Guppy Mac, with ASA. So we are communicating that currently and constantly.
Okay. But as far as the timelines for, when you receive the money back on the waivers, because I think that that's where, if I'm asking you, are they going to be, do they have to resubmit original? Are they going to be doubled since they were cut in half? I think those are the crucial informations that these organizations that you presented to need to know, like yesterday.
Right. Ms. Tovar, we don't want to make any promises based on a waiver that we haven't yet received. And so we're going to wait until we have that waiver to tell them exactly what happens with that waiver. We don't want schools to make assumptions based on information we don't know yet. And so we will wait until we receive or don't receive the waiver in mid-September likely. And then at that point, we will communicate to the field how that will impact their school improvement grants.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because what I've heard, from teachers, from students, and I mean, ultimately parents as well too, is, they were led down the path, in making sure they did everything correctly and applying for these grants. They followed they acted in true faith. They wanted to do everything correctly. Where they felt they were disappointed is in the lack of communication of when all this transpired. This is why people were let go. This is why programs no longer exist to our most vulnerable students. And so this is what I sense to feel the biggest frustration, is that they did everything correctly. And then they were notified at the 9th hour that, hey, things are changing because of a mistake that happened, because one or two people that were in charge of it, kind of let the ball drop. In my eyes, it's like, no, there should have been more guardrails to have been put in place before this would have happened. I think finance and accounting run separately from this other, that communication should have been there where people were flagging this left and right, for this not to go back and be reverted. So this is what I would say is my huge disappointment in this. Because ultimately the students that suffer are the ones, again, that need this money the most. I am optimistic that, as you had mentioned, that you are working to, fix this and get the waiver done again. But again, during this time, there have been students that have lost out. And that, I would say, is just a failed, attempt there at the department, in making sure that this doesn't happen again. Because for me, it is hurtful for the students ultimately, that this, money that was reverted, that it hurt.
And Ms. Tovar, I will say, yeah, again, this is the last thing we want to do is reduce grants to these schools. We want to offer them every support possible. I will say about the positions, there should not have been very many, if any, positions lost. We've given maximum flexibility possible for them to keep positions. Obviously, the amounts had to reduce. So in some cases, they may have. But the vast majority of the grants, the 150 TSI, were between 15,000 to 30,000 per school. So we're not even talking about a full salary. So in most cases, if it was positions that they were trying to keep, they were able to do that. Unfortunately, we still do know it impacts students. And we do not ever want to negatively impact students. We want everything we possibly can get as far as supports for students. But again, for the vast majority of these schools, the amount was relatively small. We still know it makes an impact. But that's how we tried to spread it out as much as possible so that it had as little impact as possible on each student.
But what I understand, what I've been told is that MRO positions were lost, during this time period as well too. And so, again, please do whatever you can possible to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Because ultimately, when people are asking who is accountable, I'm looking at you, I'm looking at Superintendent Tom Horn, in regards to, this failure that has happened, and I'm hoping it doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Tovar, Superintendent Horn, and then Member Meyerson.
Yeah, a couple of things I want to be sure are clear. It's true, is it not, that funds cannot be made available to spend until they've already been allocated?
That's correct. The schools can't.
Oh, yeah, the green off. Sorry. Superintendent Horn, that's correct. So until the department has allocated the funds to schools, so until it's been awarded in grants, it can't be spent by the schools.
And the deadline for allocating those funds from the federal government was ultimately, with an extension, was June 1st of 2021.
So Superintendent Horn, in order to give schools the typical 15 months plus the 3 months, it should have been allocated by July 1st of 2022.
And that was already an extended date, right?
Superintendent Horn, that's correct.
There
That
had
was
been an
already
earlier
extended.
deadline to do that allocation.
Correct. So it really should have been allocated by July 1st, 2021.
And then there was an extension to what date?
It had to be then liquidated by January of 2024 was the final date that it was.
No, I mean, it's
expended.
just allocation.
Oh, allocation. Well, it should have been allocated by July 1st, 2022.
That was the deadline, July 1st, 2022. And that was under the prior administration, correct?
Superintendent Horn, that's correct.
And the person responsible to have done that and to have informed us when we took over that he didn't had a parting of the ways, as you mentioned, right?
Superintendent Horn, that's correct.
And a couple of other people at lower levels also we had a parting of the ways with because they didn't share information.
That is correct, Superintendent Horn.
So has been held accountable, right?
That's correct, Superintendent Horn.
And even the lower level people have been held accountable.
Yes, they have.
Bless you.
Now, 5 million actually was made available to the schools and they didn't spend it, right?
That's correct.
I'd like you to share with the board what actions you take to nag the schools into spending the money they have available.
Superintendent Horn, and as a mom, I nag my kids a lot. As an associate superintendent, I think we probably nag even more. So we regularly send them, especially if they've gotten behind on their drawdowns. Grants management is always sending them reminders. You need to be drawing down funds. We ask them to draw down at least once a month. Often that doesn't happen. Sometimes they wait till the closeout report, which means they just get harassed by us for a while. So we send them regular emails. If they're still not drawing down, we make phone calls. We send people to offer technical assistance if they're not sure how to draw it down or if they need to do revisions. We have work study sessions with them. We have sent people to Northern Arizona with a few of the schools that weren't spending down money to go walk them through it in person. So we've done a lot to try. In fact, we've had schools say, can you quit asking us to spend down our money? But we're not going to do that because we want them to use this money. So we have done everything we can and we'll continue to try and find new ways. The other thing we've done is try to simplify that process because we know that there were some barriers in the way and we continue to work on simplifying that process for them.
So you've actually gotten complaints that you contact them too much.
We have.
But you insist on doing it because you want the money spent to benefit the students, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, one final issue. You heard earlier a superintendent from Graham County expressed gratitude for what Project Momentum did for one of his failing schools. Were you the one that made the decision to make Project Momentum our school improvement project?
Superintendent Horn, yes, we've adopted the Project Momentum framework when we saw what it had done for some of the other schools. And not only had they increased outcomes for students faster than the state average, they had also seen sustained improvements. So continuous improvement over time. What we saw was that the schools in Project Momentum were increasing their proficiency at 2 times the state average on English and 3 times the state average on math. So they were increasing at a rate so much faster than other schools. And so we have adopted that framework. Common misconception, Project Momentum is not a vendor, it's a framework for school improvement, and it's all based on evidence-based best practices, like professional learning communities, like making sure that teachers understand the standards and understand how to write assessments and how to use formative assessments, making sure that teachers get the support they need, and that principals and superintendents get the support they need to be successful.
And is my memory correct that the current governor cut out funding for Project Momentum, and under your influence, the department used funds that it had available to refund Project Momentum?
That's correct. When the current governor came to office, she stopped funding it. It had previously been funded through the governor's office. So we made some ESSER funds available and then have since adopted the Project Momentum framework.
And your choice of Project Momentum came as a result of deep research you did when you were chair of the Education Committee in the House of Representatives. Is that correct?
That's correct. I did some research around the state on what was working, where we were seeing some of the outliers and improvement, looking at the data as it came back. And that's where I first became aware of it and learned what they were doing.
And as someone who served in the legislature in the 1990s, I must tell you, I've never known another legislator to research something in the depth that you researched this. And what we've heard from the superintendent from Graham County confirms how good your research was. So I thank you for that.
I do have a follow-up question, Mr. if I can.
Oh,
sorry.
okay, as long as Member Meyerson allows it. Yeah,
Mayor,
absolutely.
President,
Member Tovar.
You had mentioned Project Momentum, the framework. Who created that framework?
So Ms. Tovar, it was created by some principals that were in Virginia. They were asked to come and share that here, and then have helped develop that framework.
And then from there, who took it over here? It was.
We have the school improvement unit here.
Okay.
And we still work with them on enhancing it and providing it to the schools.
Okay. Last question on grant applications, because I know this is critical for people who have applied. So the original grant applications that will be funded once the waiver is approved.
So Ms. Tovar, we're currently accepting grant, or we're currently approving grant applications now with that reduced amount. So we had them revise them. They've been working with their specialists directly to revise those grants so that we can approve them now. They can't wait until the waiver to have approved grants. So we need to get those done now. And so that's what we're doing right now.
And once the waiver is approved, then
we will, again, we'll figure out where that money needs to go with each of the buckets. And then we will work with the specialists to help them reach out to the schools individually.
currently, is your staff working on those allocation budgets? Because it was mentioned, it looks like there's a high probability that you'll be granted, the money back. So are you working that issue now so that you're not working as soon as you find out?
Ms. Tovar, yes, we're having those discussions now about the different possibilities of what if we get the grant, or the waiver, if we don't, and talking through what the ramifications are and where that will go.
And can any grant applicant, can they contact your office now in regards to maybe help in what they can look forward to once or if the grant is
So,
reversed?
Ms. Tovar, again, we don't want to make promises we can't keep. And so we have been very careful to say, we're going to wait until the waiver and then we can discuss what amounts can go to each grant. And we have been really careful about having the specialists reach out to each school, make contact with them, talk to them as much as possible to make sure that we're really clear with each individual school.
Thank you. I look forward to the information on the amount of students impacted and, schools in writing as well too. I think that would be very, very helpful. Thank you. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Member Meyerson and then Member Katniss.
Thank you, Ms. Udall. I just thank you for your presentation. And I also want to say that I believe deeply that you were, I'm sure, just distraught over the fact that schools did not have to get these grant dollars. And to the point of the number of students served, like they are truly our most vulnerable students. And I think my questions are really around communication around the process. So, but again, just thank you for your presentation and the commitment you have to this program and getting these dollars to our students. So I think maybe my first question is, when it sounds like this year in particular was a unique year, and that the grants were doubled going into FY25. When was that decision made to sort of double the grants, and why this year to originally double them?
Ms. Meyerson, as I said, when we first came in, there was a large amount of money in school improvement, and we realized this is not getting out fast enough. We need to push more of it out to schools. So we were increasing grant amounts kind of across the board in school improvement. And so that decision was made last year. When the grant process is in the fall, we prepare the grants for the next year. And so that was made in the fall.
Got it. And so then that makes sense. And I think, we were excited to see that obviously across the field. So it was great news. And then I think to the sort of timeline around the impact of the Title I funds or losing the Title I funds as a result of the census data, and that 13 million in particular, I'm curious. It sounds like you did not realize that until the end of April, early May, as you said, of the impact to this particular program. But I think in the field and even the sort of chatter around, and I think even in our board meeting, everyone sort of found out that was going to be impacting the collective Title I allocation in early March. And so I'm curious, like, even within sort of internal department, like how that sort of didn't get to you from like early March of understanding that there was a Title I reduction to end of April, early May. Maybe talk to me a little bit about that.
Ms. Meyerson. So the Title I grant was reduced by about 7%, which 7% reduction in school improvement is not I mean, it's not good, but it's not a huge deal. Ours was actually cut by about 50%. And so that's why we were not expecting that big of a cut. We were not expecting it to be that deep. There, you know, it historically has been 23 to 25 million, 24 to 25 million per year. And so we said, all right, a 7% reduction on that will still be okay at that point. But then we had a 50% reduction in the school improvement one. And that's what we didn't find out until May.
Got it. And so then who makes the decision around 50% reduction to this particular set of grants versus the 7% reduction overall versus the 20% reduction that schools face sort of collectively? Like, maybe talk me through the different percentages.
Sure. And Ms. Marison, I don't know all the complexity of it because it is very complex.
Very complex.
The grant comes down, a certain amount goes to schools. And what happens is for every school that gets an increase, school improvement gets a portion of that. And so the problem was that schools didn't get increases. And so instead of it just cutting it by the 7%, it was cut much more drastically. And so that was what wasn't known until later. But again, I don't know the intricacies of all that. We do have Chris here if you really want to be bored. No, just kidding. That can talk more to those and, you know, the specifics of how that formula works piece by piece, but I don't know all of that.
No, understood. I think, well, I don't think we have to do it today, but I think I would be really curious to understand, you know, I think there's sort of multiple different percentages out there of like schools being cut by 20% from Title I, this program being cut by 50%. And then I actually haven't even heard the 7%. So I would like to understand better that distribution and how those decisions were made as to which programs got cut and what was impacted.
So, and Ms. Myerson, I can talk a little bit about the 20%.
Okay.
Because of the census, we knew, as Chris said
preliminary
earlier,
cuts.
we knew that it would be reduced somewhat, but we don't know the actual amount of the reduction until later. And so my understanding was that 20% was, let's just be careful that they don't allocate more and start spending it more than they have, that they don't plan on more than they have. We'd rather have them allocate 80% and then find out, oh yeah, you have another 20% to spend, then have them allocate 100% and then find out, no, you're short 20%. So that was why that was an estimated amount. And then when the allocations, official allocations came out, they were allowed to allocate their full amount. I think across the board, it was about a 7% reduction per school.
Okay.
On average. But again, that's an average. Some schools saw
For sure.
larger, some saw smaller. So the 20% was to make sure that they didn't over allocate.
Got it. So then
above
maybe
what they actually
most specifically, Executive Director Ross, if I could understand sort of how this program in particular was selected for 50% or the impact of 50% versus 7% to districts and others. I think I'm confused still on that, which is confusing. And then I think sort of specific then to the communication again, I guess, you know, as schools, as all of us kind of go throughout our budgeting process, to hear that schools and to hear that the reduction happened the second week of the start of school, when arguably all of these programs had already been put into effect and schools were excited to have received the dollars, which I know you were excited to give out, is really hard. And so to have that also occur in a year where ESSER is ending, the 7% of Title I, other sort of one-time state funds also that did not get passed, inflation rising, the state not, I mean, all of those things is sort of continuing to be in a perfect storm, as also schools are working so hard to continue to rebound from the effects of COVID. And so I guess my question is, and I appreciate the comments that or the questions that Member Tovar raised around sort of process and how to ensure that this doesn't happen. But I think even sort of forgetting about this, the communication back to schools and the timeline of that has just been really hard. And so I'm wondering, in the future, when we do anticipate a problem and knowing that, again, you were hustling to try and figure it out, how we can provide more notice to schools that something like this could be coming so that we can better plan, we can better budget, and we can better organize our own teams to withstand some type of reduction like this. And so it's a slight statement, but also a question of how can we try and do that so that moving forward, we're at least more prepared to withstand this type of problem.
And Ms. Myerson, we did send out a communication midsummer. I think it was the beginning of July that said, we're not approving these yet. Hold off, don't spend it yet. And we probably at that point, perhaps we could have offered a little more communication. Again, we were still trying to see if we could fill it because we really wanted to fund them at that level. But that, I guess that was that first communication. We did try and communicate at least to the field to let them know, hold off, there's a little issue here.
Yep.
Let's see if we can solve it.
Yep. And I
Um,
remember that, although I think
But
it still doesn't mean change your budget, obviously, though
Right.
it's allocated. And I think to have gotten substantive approval, obviously,
Right.
as you all know, it's a difference. Okay, last question on my end. I think one of the things I thought I heard you had say is obviously based on when the waiver gets here, you don't want to make any promises. Totally understand. Who knows, all of those things. And it seems likely that we are to receive the waiver and likely to potentially get these funds back. Did I hear you say correctly that you would not allow personnel to be included in anybody reapplying for the grants? Did I hear that correctly?
So Ms. Meyerson, correct. And probably moving forward from now on in school improvement.
Okay.
Again, the goal is to get out of school improvement. And if you need personnel to do that, you need to be doing it from your MRO or from a grant that is longer standing than school improvement. Because the school improvement, once you get out, you don't have access to those funds anymore.
Totally. And I guess maybe I would just make one point is I think one of the reasons that some of the ESSER dollars were so impactful is schools were able to hire short-term, one-time personnel to do high dosage tutoring, to provide immediate tutoring supports and things like that for their students, which I know the research on that is incredible. And so things that actually aren't designed to be long lasting, but provide immediate support to kids. And so I think my only recommendation would be to let that decision hopefully rest with the schools, and that it would be our problem or our issue if we weren't able to get funding moving forward. But the opportunity to have that one-time support and that one-time personnel, one-time staffing to support students in that way has been exceptionally impactful over these last few years.
So Ms. Meyerson, that's definitely something we'll have an ongoing conversation about. What we have seen is a lot of times schools that use those kind of positions to get out of school improvement fall right back in. And so that's not what we want to see. We want to see sustainable improvement. Although for those kids, that's good. But I will also point out that the Department of Education is using the ESSER liquidation extension to provide tutoring for another year for free.
I have heard that.
So that tutoring will be available throughout the next school year. So we would rather they use that and then use the school improvement funds for something else, because we are making that available for the next year.
Thank you. Member Katniss.
Thank you, President Kaur, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Thank you so much for your presentation, Associate Superintendent Edel. I just want to echo Member Meyerson's comments. Knowing you and your commitment to school improvement and our most vulnerable kids, I'm grateful for what you're doing to remedy this situation. And I also know the last thing you want to do is, and what ADE wants to do is take away money from schools, especially Title I schools and our most vulnerable kids. I'm also optimistic, as it sounds like you are, from what it sounds like, that we should be able to get money back to schools. And so I think I just needed a clarification. Maybe I missed it. Do you have a prediction about how much money we should be able to get back out of that 24 million or so?
So, Mr. Katniss, members of the board, we expect to get the entire, it's not exactly 29 million, but about that, I think it's 28 point something back. We're hoping to get that entire amount back.
Okay. And then I guess with deadlines coming up, how do school districts just double check everything to make sure that they've submitted everything correctly? Who do they talk to just to make sure they're able to spend all that money then? Get the waivers done correctly, just to make sure that we do it all right.
Thank you for that. Mr. Katniss, each school has a school improvement specialist, and that's the person they should be, talking to directly about those deadlines, making sure everything is going right. Your specialist should be reaching out to you, especially if there's anything not there. They should be reaching out to you to make sure that it's there.
And so something I thought about too, whenever you were conducting your questions, Member Tovar, is that when there was turnover at ADE, there's so much turnover in public schools that sometimes the person that could be responsible for that for the school district could be someone that also left the profession. And so then a school district is left in a vulnerable place. I guess my question is for those school districts where maybe the person that you're communicating with isn't responding, is there ways to double check to make sure that that person is still working there? Is there other people to communicate with, just so at a school district level, it's not just all tied to one person like we kind of heard with your comments?
Mr. Cantonese, members of the board, yes, we have been trying to make sure if we're not hearing back from them, then we're reaching out to the superintendent. And in fact, with the ESSER funds, one of the things we just did recently was send a letter out to both the superintendent and the members of the school board to make sure that somebody knows. If our federal grant person isn't responding to us, then somebody is paying attention. There's this money to be spent. So we're trying to make sure we communicate not only to the person, but to the superintendency, to the members of the board, to make sure that it's well known.
Okay. And then I just had one final question. Actually, two questions.
You're channeling Dr. Clay here. Yeah.
Like just like Member Clay. That's why we get along. What was the amount? I'm just curious myself. What was the amount per pupil before the $200 in previous years?
So Mr. Kennedy, there wasn't a set amount.
Okay.
For CSI or MRO, they would submit a grant application and it would get approved or not.
Gotcha.
It wasn't at a specific set amount.
Okay. I was just curious. And then I guess with what Member Myerson was saying, it really was hard for districts like to get all this information at certain times, but I also think it's also a timeline problem. So is there any way to change the timeline in which things are approved? And maybe that's not like an us question for the state, but maybe it's a federal question. I don't know all that goes into it, and I'm just asking. But how can we have timelines where there is enough notice, there is enough time for schools and districts to kind of get this information ahead of time, and also then also receive the information that, you know, you're going to be okay. We're going to get you more money back. That's sort of a question that I've been pondering.
Right. I think that's a very fair question. Some of the time constraints we have is that they have to complete their Title I grant before they can do the school improvement ones. And so that puts kind of a delay. So you would have to move both of them up. It's certainly a discussion we're willing to have. But then there's also some things with when it has to be spent by and some of the liquidation periods. So we're certainly open to that conversation to prevent this kind of thing from happening in the future. But there are some interdependencies that might be tricky.
Is that an ADE thing, or is that like a state level?
It's a combination of both state and federal deadlines. So we'd have to look at both.
Is that something that maybe we could talk another time about? Because I'm curious about that. Because I think that working in Title I schools, I know that it's a very scary thing whenever, you know, funding that's supposed to be there isn't there, and then you're trying to figure everything out last minute, and then you have to cut things and stuff like that. We don't want that to happen. I know you don't want that to happen. But I appreciate this presentation. It was very thorough, and you answered a lot of questions. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts or questions or comments from my colleagues? Vice President Haley.
Sorry, just a quick comment. With the federal dollars, oftentimes it depended on when Congress passes those resources. The omnibus appropriations bill for FY 2024 did not pass until March of 2024. So trying to figure out when states are going to get their allocations, whether or not there's a budget cut or a rescission or any of those things, it does create a bit of a damper on states and when they are notified of their resources. So.
Thank you, Vice President Haley. Any other thoughts? Dr. Clay.
I'd like to thank you very much for your presentation and for withstanding the robust conversation that has to take place. It has to take place. We appreciate you, and I can't imagine how you felt when this happened, but stay tenacious, and we appreciate you. Thank you.
All right. Well, I will let Dr. Clay's words be the last words, other than my thanks for your willingness to come chat with us, Associate Superintendent Udall. So thank you very much. We're kind of past the 2-hour mark, and I suspect my colleagues would like to stretch their legs and take a break. So we got a lot of substantial business still to be conducted. So if I would ask my colleagues to limit their break to 15 minutes. We've never really done that before, but we're better than this. 15 minutes. colleagues to find their way back. We're gonna get, don't make me use my gavel. I'll do it. Yeah, that was pretty weak, wasn't it, Superintendent Horn? Well, there you go. And Ms. Tovar comes running in after that fine gavelmanship. All right, I'm gonna call us back to order at 11:34 and pick up on item 5B. This is the presentation and discussion regarding the timeline for the addition of indicator scoring to Arizona's A to F letter grade accountability system. This is for information only, and I'll turn it over to Director Ross.
President Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Changes to legislation have called for the board and the department to work together in addition to releasing a summative letter grade for every school, which will be coming in October, to also release a corresponding letter grade for each of the primary indicators for the letter grade system. That would be proficiency, growth, graduation rate, those types of elements. And so in working with the field, we were able to solicit some feedback to hear what some concerns would be, and we're able to build out a timeline for implementation of indicator letter grades that we will discuss today has been vetted through quite a few stakeholders to arrive at this place. So presenting with me today will be Sean Smith, the Chief Accountability Officer from ADE, and then Jessica Bueller, our research and data analyst. And so we'll kick it to Jessica. You're starting us off.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, President Corr, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. Sean queued that up very well. Here's an outline that indicates basically what Sean just mentioned, that we're going to start with what are the initial concerns that we're hearing as we think about rolling this out, and what are the indicators, giving everybody the same background and fundamental information to understand that. What are the roles of our committees, the board members, and the department as we execute this? And the timeline is sandwiched in there as well as we want you to leave this presentation knowing. So first off, this is the statute, ARS 15241G. I've put in bold the what Sean put into layman's speak. The 8th ref letter grade system shall be applied to each performance indicator listed in subsection D, and we'll go over what those indicators in subsection D are. And then it also, as he stated, includes the overall letter grade still being issued within the statute. So the first concern we've heard is always timeline and allowing schools to have a chance to really understand their data, understand and communicate with the community about what the data means. So we have incorporated a lot of that feedback within the timeline that we'll go over later on in the presentation. We've received questions about the summative letter grade and whether that is staying or going. As the statute is written, the summative letter grade remains in place, as well as the purpose of that summative letter grade remaining the same. There was concern about additional workload being required for LEAs or schools to report this information. The workload primarily would look like the communications aspect and preparing everybody in the school to understand what the indicator letter grade means, but the workload as far as data systems remains the same. There's been concerns about this. Sometimes the phrasing is overhaul of the 8th ref system, and that this indicator letter grade process would be a means to execute an overhaul of that. The intention is to remain consistent with the data so we understand where schools are improving and where they need to continue to improve to get to proficiency, get to high graduation rates, and all those things that we know everybody's capable of. As well, with that second point on the concerns, there's the intent of the changes is intended to be punitive. No, the statute was written in a way that was armed to elevate the schools and where they're doing really well. So maybe their overall letter grade is sitting in a place where it's a B or C, but they have some places where they're succeeding and they're at an A, depending on what that indicator letter grade is. And so this would really allow them to champion where they're succeeding, that the overall letter grade may not be representing. As well, we will discuss later on in the presentation what resources the department and board and others will work to help schools communicate effectively about indicator letter grades. Oh. So these are the A through F principles of agreement. I have summarized them. It's a one-page document. This was initiated by the board in 2014, and there are philosophical agreements, technical agreements, and implementation agreements. This is really the document that the committees, which we'll go over, use as sort of their foundation to support and develop a effective A through F letter grade system. So these agreements are recognizing academic growth, that all schools have the opportunity to earn that A summative letter grade. The technical agreement is that it's timely information, it's valid and accurate, and that it's reliable. With the implementation agreements, this is a huge focus with the indicator letter grades and how we're thinking about that. Those foundational agreements are transparency and community engagement, that it's easy to understand, and that the process is supported by a diverse group of technical and policy experts. And so these are really dribbled down to fairness and equity, that the data should be student level focused, and that we have as much student level data in there as we can in each indicator. There's transparency and ease of understanding and ease of communication, and that there are incentives for action. And this is really where we see the indicator letter grade system being very supportive to providing those incentives for action for schools. I will next hand it to Sean Smith, the Chief Accountability Officer for the Arizona Department of Education, who will explain a little bit about the indicators.
Thank you, Jessica. President Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Thanks again for having me up here. So in the statute, it spells out and defines a few key metrics that have broad support from educators, community members, and school leadership that matter for schools. The biggest portion by far is measurements that are tied to the achievement assessments that we do annually. It also includes metrics on outcomes for English learners, graduation outcomes, and college and career readiness for high school. As I mentioned, a lot of the foundation for both the statute and the system have been informed by educators, by community members and stakeholders. And as Jessica mentioned, we want to keep consistency with the previous system for a couple reasons. One, to be able to have comparable data year over year, but also to not make a radical shift in the work that educators are doing, and bring them along the process so they know how to plan and change accordingly. As Jessica mentioned, the overall grade for the school will remain the same. And the biggest changes that we're going to be placing grades on each of those indicators that I mentioned, tied to graduation, et cetera. It's probably important to remember that this data is available currently in the file that we publish. The addition of the letter grades largely is going to make the communication piece more accessible to a wider group of people. Anyone who wanted to could go and download the file right now and see the rankings. But by putting those letter grades on, our hope is that, as Jessica mentioned, schools are able to highlight things they're doing well. They're able to engage with their communities and have kind of a common vocabulary to talk about each of these indicators. Keep forgetting I have the clicker. The timeline is here on the board. And again, thanks to everybody who's participated in this process to try and roll this out. We're trying to get this, we've been working on this for a while, and we're trying to get this in front of the field with as much notice as possible, so it's not coming as a surprise. As you can see, this is kind of a little over a year timeline as we go across. It will remove from kind of today when we talk about and let people know that indicator scoring is coming. You can see timelines that have kind of the end of this year where we set cuts for those indicators is the plan, where we'd say, you know, here's the goal established for each one of those things. Here's what you need to get an A in graduation rate or a B in your English learner outcomes. Critically, also in that intervening period, we'll work together with our technical advisory committee, board staff to create resources and communication to help the field as they're communicating to the families and communities they serve. And then the first time we'll see this is in November 1st, late October of 2025, that's when we'll apply these letter grades. So again, just a little over a year. And as I said, there's not a radical change to the data that's being presented, but we want to take this, hopefully a well thought out and planned approach to get the communication right and support everybody in what they need. And importantly, on the end there, it mentions that one of the goals that we have in this is using the data that we collect and the feedback that we get to support continuous improvement throughout the accountability system as we do, but we hope it will facilitate that process as well.
Sean, before you move, President Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, just one other quick element I would point out in this timeline, and this is a big shout out to Sean and his team. They've committed to releasing a report to schools that indicates, once cut scores are established by the board, that indicates what their indicator letter grades would have been for the past 3 years through their ADE Connect system. So that way schools can see that data, get comfortable with that data. It's not public and it isn't applied to them. It's just a nice snapshot of what it will look like. And they can see their trends, and that can help them in their building of their communication plans for their community.
Thank you. And back over to Jessica.
Thank you. So what are the A through F advisory committees? There is a committee for traditional schools serving kids K through 12, alternative schools that by statute are serving students 6 through 12, and the online schools that are approved by the board and the charter board serving students K through 12. The membership comes across multiple counties, multiple roles within schools. There is a lot of LEA site leadership, but there's also superintendents. There are policy leaders on some of the committees. And what they do every month is continuously evaluate and review the current methodology for the indicators. And they identify what are the biases in the system, where can we identify a fix for that. Usually we look for the most hold harmless solution possible in looking for that continuous improvement. They then propose all of these changes to the full board as recommendations. And these meetings have been held monthly over many years in different settings. On this slide, I'll just let you look for a second at what the current governance is of those. So the chair and vice chair of each committee leads the meetings, helps set the agendas in conjunction with the board and the department, as well as brings a lot of questions that they're getting from their communities about the model. There are two major roles within the execution of the ARS 15241 statute. The first is the state board, where you all appoint members of the committees, which you did on today's agenda. Thank you so much. That keeps us meeting our quorum and having members of the community that represent the schools that we need. We collaborate very regularly with the department and the committees. You all approve the accountability models and the business rules, which is also on today's agenda, as well as set those annual cut scores typically in the October meeting. So that will be coming up very soon. Then around the timeline switches every year. We're looking at January for next year on the letter grade appeals, where the A through F Appeals Committee, which is comprised of 3 board members, reviews appeals that have been submitted by schools and makes determinations on them for the full board to accept in that January meeting. The Department of Education helps run those A through F advisory committee meetings. They accept all of the data from schools, identify any issues with the data, and communicate with schools to resolve that. They calculate the achievement profiles. They also design and release the school report cards by statute as well. And their role is constantly looking for methods to improve as well. Like we've mentioned, getting more actionable data into schools' hands. And then I pass it back off to Sean Smith. He's going to go over the statute and this crosswalk.
Thanks again. So as you can see on the slide, I won't read entirely through it, but along the first column, there's the provisions of the statute and everything that it specifies that, says the letter grade system shall include at a minimum these things. And so we've crosswalked that across for each of the models, K8, 912, and then alternative 912, where each of those pieces connect into the statute and how we meet that statutory requirement. And so these, as mentioned, and Jessica highlighted earlier in the statute, it says we're supposed to apply a specific letter grade to each one of these. So that's just kind of a placemat to show where we're at there. And then coming back to the idea of a system of continuous improvement. One of the challenges that we've faced over the past 7 years with the A through F system is that it's a system that's designed to balance out and create one overall letter grade for a school, right? And obviously the challenge there is there's a lot to communicate about a school in a single letter of the alphabet. The difficulty that creates is since everything is designed to balance, and if you push on one side, it kind of pushes on another, it's real difficult to adjust any of those indicators to say like, hey, is there a way that we can change this that would put schools more in control of what's happening there? Is there something that would align better to schools' actions and account more for that rather than maybe some external factors, right? By separating out each indicator, it gives us a chance to adjust those with feedback carefully, where we can take those and look at them individually rather than undoing the balance of the whole system. And then ideally, as we continue to go forward, we can roll some of those improvements and changes up to the overall system. But it gives schools time to adapt, have feedback, and kind of plan accordingly.
So we wanted to make sure to spell out, and this is from some great feedback actually from a superintendent from Cochise County. We wanted to make sure to spell out that the specific roles that each group would take. And so Jessica mentioned this, but we want to emphasize for schools and districts, there is no additional data submission to the department or to the board. There is no extra requirement on their end. Now, they will hopefully build out communication plans for their communities. And once they see their trend data, they'll have an idea of how to build those out for this first year of October 25 in particular. But it's all the same data submissions that they've been doing. For you all, you will do an extra layer of cut score approval. So in addition to approving a cut score for a summative letter grade, you will be required to approve cut scores, which will be recommended by the technical advisory committees for those indicators as well. Right now, we've got that teed up for the December meeting. And then the department, again, is going to gather that data and communicate with schools effectively. And then the summative letter grade and indicator grades will be not only shared with schools, but will be reported on the school report cards housed by ADE. And just some resources to anticipate from both the board staff and from the department. We're going to put together some short instructional videos on kind of encapsulating a lot of what we're talking about today that answer some of those questions. We'll have some one-pagers for different audiences as well. And then we've already started holding some listening sessions. We had a pretty good stakeholder convening about a month ago at this point to preview this and to get feedback prior to bringing it publicly to the board. And then just again, to indicate the timeline, I'm really proud of this. I'm very proud of the team and the technical advisory committees because they listened to the concerns of the field, balanced them with the concerns of different stakeholders, and really understood that schools wanted time to implement this effectively. And so we're giving them over a year at this point with, you know, the announcement, with resources, with the board doing everything in public meetings. The technical advisory committee meetings are all public as well. And schools have told us, we actually solicited some feedback. We did a survey and they have told us that while they may have specific feelings about the legislation, which is not in the control of the board, they are happy with what the board's role in this has been. So we felt good about bringing this to you all today. So just some key takeaways again. Summative letter grade is going to stay in place. It will now be paired with indicator letter grades. The indicator letter grades, some of the resources for them will include explanations of each indicator, sort of what they measure and why they're in place. We're keeping it within the frame of the existing business rules and the existing system so that there's consistency for schools. We're not moving the targets on them mid-year. And there's familiarity with them as well. And then we'll be working to develop resources prior to that October 2025 release. So I just want to say this again for anybody who's listening in the field. The letter grade release that occurs this October 24 will look just like it has in the past. And in 25, that'll be the first year where indicator grades will accompany that summative letter grade. And so we're happy to take questions if you have them.
Excellent presentation. My colleagues, any questions? Yeah, Member Meyerson.
Thank you so much for the presentation. This is obviously a ton of work and excited to get to this place. As we think about the resources, certainly before the October 2025 release, I'm wondering how parents can be involved in those focus groups, both as the receiver of the information in terms of what is most impactful for them. And maybe could you just talk a little bit about how those focus groups could kind of be put together in terms of, great, here's some suggestions that we can then give back to schools for how to display the information, how to make sure it's as parent friendly as possible, and how we might be able to include parents as part of that group.
President Corr, Superintendent Horn, Member Meyerson, that's been a rich part of our discussion, is in developing those resources, making sure we're developing them for different audiences, so parents and students actually as well. And so that will be a part of that process from the department and the board in building those and bringing together folks to gather feedback and to share those resources widely across the state to help schools. And then also, honestly, as schools are building their resources, making those available for others.
Member Katniss.
Thank you, President Corr, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, Superintendent Ross. Dude, okay, wow. I just want to make sure I cover everybody. So I just want to clarify. So the schools are going to get like a summative overall letter grade, but then this is like the first time we're doing this. They can also see, oh, your growth was an A, but your proficiency was a C. So parents will be able to see all of that.
So Superintendent Horn, Dr. Corr, members of the board, Member Katniss, that is correct. I have to do that part. You don't.
Okay. I was like, wait a minute.
So Member
I wish
Katniss,
none of us did it, but it's all right.
Member Katniss, that is correct. So again, it's one of the reasons we're actually releasing what the indicator grades would have been the last 3 years, is also just to give the visual to schools of what that's going to look like. And so if I'm the Duplanty school, it'll have an A letter grade, and then it'll have a letter grade for growth, for proficiency, grad rate, and each of those dominant indicators that Sean discussed. So all of that data will now be available publicly as of 2025. Will be available publicly to schools and to to parents as well.
My only other question is, after this, which I think it's going to be really successful for parents to see all of this information. If there's more subgroups that need to be added that parents want to know, are those, how does that process go about, and how do we get that information to maybe add more things? For instance, advanced math or something at your school.
So
as an example,
Dr. Corr, Superintendent Horn, Member Katniss. So the indicator scoring is spelled out really clearly in legislation. It says each indicator to be assigned a letter grade. So it wouldn't necessarily drill down to something like the offering of an advanced math course, but the school report cards that are housed in ADE, one of the pieces of them, there's legislation specific to what has to go into those report cards. And one of the elements in that legislation is the characteristics of the school kind of make it unique. So as somebody who taught at a performing arts school, that would be included on the report card for the school, one of the schools that I taught at. And so it wouldn't be part of the A through F system. The A through F system is really, really focused on what is measurable from student performance. And so in many ways, it limits that letter grade, right? No one single letter grade could capture all the magic that happens in a school. It gives you the data that it gives you, and it does it effectively. But that's where that school report card provides more detail around unique offerings like a band program, advanced math, those kinds of things.
Thank you. I really like this, especially because I think that sometimes a letter grade can really build morale or hurt at a school. And I think that being able to showcase different strengths, but also to be able to say, but this is where we're still working, will help families make really informed decisions. And so thank you to everyone that put time and effort into this.
Thank you. Vice President Haley.
Thank you so much. And thank you, President Corr. I have a series of questions, if okay. One, first of all, thank you so much to you, Executive Director Ross, as well as to you, Jessica, and to you, Sean, at ADE for just doing the hard work and really trying to engage lots of individuals in order to get as much stakeholder feedback, because this will be a radical change, and obviously individuals will be alarmed, but I really appreciate all you're doing. I just have a couple questions, and perhaps Jessica or Sean or just Executive Director Ross, be ready. First on slide 5, or slide 6, when you're talking about the A through F principles of agreement, I just would like a few clarifications on definitions and how you all define that. The first is fairness and equity. How are we defining fairness and equity? And then also transparency and ease of understanding. Like, is that linked? I would just be interested on those two definitions, if that's okay.
Dr. Kaur, Superintendent Horn, Vice President Haley. So these were established by the board upon the building of the A through F system, which was done over
2024 or
2014, and was done over the course of a number of years and listening tours and hundreds of hours, as Dr. Kaur, I'm sure, remembers, hundreds of hours of stakeholder input. And so they developed those bigger principles, which are on the previous slide, and then boiled them down to sort of these 4. So this is board adopted. We can get you these materials. In fact, I think Jessica has a link to them that we
I looked
can go
at some
to.
of those materials. I just wanted to know specifically how we were using those terms specifically in this process.
So where I can point most directly, as far as fairness and equity goes, is the core belief adopted by the board initially, and has a core belief that has influenced the work of the technical advisory committees for years, is that every school can earn an A. That is because there is a way to build a system in which only a percentage, you have sort of a standard deviation system where only a percentage of schools could earn an A or a B. And so the system has always been guided by that belief that all schools could earn an A. So that's where that piece would come in. And then the transparency and ease of understanding and ease of communication. Again, I actually think, and this is maybe me inserting my opinion, but I do believe that the purpose of indicator scoring, that legislation was actually sponsored by a school superintendent. I do believe the thinking behind the legislation was more transparent and actionable data for schools and communities, because as member Katniss illustrated, that one letter grade, it's carrying a lot of weight on its own, and there's only so much it can tell you. So by breaking it down further into the core elements that were agreed upon by the board in developing the system, and actually are in statute, both federal and state, it does give that increased transparency. And currently, last year there was a Title 15 omnibus bill that had proposed to change the letter grade system to a different system, for example, a star system. And that may be legislation that comes back again. Legislation tends to do that. So, but the use of A through F currently called for in state legislation is baked in that idea of that being a familiar system for most families. So that would be where I would say it's most illustrated.
Thank you. And then looking at slide 14 on the system of continuous improvement, and more specifically that second larger bullet of how do we refine our intents and methods to truly reflect the educational value of schools provide. How do we ensure that any changes or modifications are done as objectively as possible and not subjectively? Because I initially read that and I was like, I feel like that's a subjective, it could be very interpreted subjectively, not objectively with concrete core data.
Yeah, President Kaur, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, and then Vice President Haley. With that, it is reflecting what's happening within the school and what they're providing. How are we measuring that in a way that is accurate and considering all of the different processes in place and all the subgroups that are in place within a school. And I don't know if Sean wants to add something else as he's thinking about when we're considering like the fairness and equity question, it's often school contexts and making sure that all school contexts have that equal opportunity to an A, and that we're refining it in a way that considers all of those school contexts and encompasses all the data.
Yeah, thank you. President Kaur, Superintendent Horn, Vice President Haley, just to support exactly what Jessica is saying, I think one of the best examples of the report she put together last year, and she broke all the data down by rural schools, large schools, small schools, high poverty, charter, and we try and see like, are there vast distinctions in how these methods, like if we see that every single rural school is getting a D or an F, or every single high poverty school is getting A's in this certain thing and nobody else is. We try and look at those things and make sure that there's not unintended variables, things that are outside of a school's control. One of the things we brought to the board a couple of years ago that we discovered as a good example was the how the 95% tested was affected by FAE. When we dug down into that, we found like, oh, it turns out that just enrollment patterns have a big impact on a school letter grade. And so we kind of took those out and controlled for that. So I think everything we do, we make an effort to kind of subdivide it, disaggregate, and see mathematically if it fits versus, and like you said, like taking it out of our subjective opinion to see, can we fit a model to this? Can we look at this in an objective way that shows it's impacting everybody fairly equally?
That's great.
And the diversity of the committee's membership really adds value to that objectivity as well. Just how they come together around different opinions and different value systems to represent something that is reflective of a system that is recognizing where schools are benefiting, succeeding with the letter grade system and where they have some work to do.
That's great.
One last question. It's similar for our annual A through F letter grades. We get sort of these grade bands, or we get cut scores based on percentage of A, B, C, D, F. And some of the times they just adjust a little bit. Will the same kind of mathematical application apply for the subgroups as we assess those? Like a similar sort of grade band? Or I'm just thinking of your ribbon chart, with the color scheme. Will it be similar to that for when we get the data and vote on it?
Yeah, President Core, Superintendent Horn, Vice President Haley. Yes, we want to put that information in front of the board so that you're able to see the impacts of it. And like you said, we put those kind of spaghetti graphs together and the distributions. And the hope is that we're putting visuals and information in front of you all so that you can say, does this match our expectations and our kind of values around that, and you're able to say, is this rigorous enough, or is it appropriate? As an example, like we're going to see, for instance, graduation, where a lot of schools are going to be above 90%. And so we might see where there's more A's or B's in that area. And we'll put that in front of you all to be able to say, okay, does this match reality? Is this what's happening out there? And is this appropriate? And we might look at another metric that has a whole different kind of grouping. And that's what we'll see as we kind of break them down now.
Since you mentioned graduation rates, do you all think that schools will try to fudge some of those data? Like, oh, we have 90% graduation rate, but did they push students through that may or may not have had the credits? Or looking at attendance rates, do you assume like individuals are like, yeah, you absolutely weren't here, even though a particular child might have been absent like 10 days in a row, and it was unexcused? Like, how are you guys going to make sure that individuals don't try to fudge those component scores?
That's an excellent question. And I think our hope is that indicator scoring will go a long way to help schools be more accountable. I want to say in my experience, I feel like 99% of schools operate in good faith. I had a conversation last year during appeals with a principal. She'd been a principal for 2 years in a rural school. And her superintendent had put her in charge of accountability for the whole district as well. And what's interesting is she welcomed accountability. She wanted to be accountable and improve. But she was like, I don't know what to work on. Like, where am I doing? It says I got 41.7 points in growth. Is that good? And so we're hoping that this helps, like I said, 99% of school leaders are going to have a lot of integrity. So we hope this helps them see, okay, where do I need to improve or not? But also by opening that up, I'll give an example that I always use, like, hey, this is really hard for community members and parents to understand. If you go to a school board meeting and like, I got 19.3 points on growth. If you're a community member, it's like, should I be happy? Should I be angry? I don't know. But if we can say an A, B, C, D, or an F, part of that accountability we hope comes from just the increased transparency and communication with the community, where now community members can say, like Member Cantonese mentioned, hey, this is fantastic. We're very high in college career readiness or proficiency, but we want to work on our growth. We see schools like that. They come in with very high achieving students, but maybe they have low growth. So a community member can say like, hey, I want you to really work on this. Or for graduation, it becomes less a conversation of you're an overall B, but where do I now as a community member have access to say like, this is an A or a C, and I want to talk about that, or we want to celebrate together on something done well. So, yeah.
Anyone else? Dr. Hagerman, please.
I just want to thank Sean talking about cut scores, and not for today, but I do have a lot of, as it comes forward, a lot of questions around cut scores, because I could see there being really unique issues with each of the subcategories of trying to figure out what do the grade look like? How does reasonable look as you move forward? So I appreciate that comment, and I look forward to more info on that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Fantastic. Again, very useful, wonderful presentation. I think this is just a huge step forward for us. So a lot of work already done, some more still to do, but excited by the progress being made. So thank you. I'm going to move us on to 5C, presentation and discussion of ADE educator preparation and educator recruitment and retention mid-year updates. Director Ross.
President Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. As you all know, we help support the governor's task force on teacher recruitment and retention, and have committed to participating in an annual report that's due each December, which will be presented to the board. This is sort of a mid-year check-in from the ADE team, who has some really exciting new data and that they're going to present and make available. And so with us today is Jamie Wilbur, who is a Deputy Associate Superintendent from the Arizona Department of Education.
Thank you. I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon. Yes. President Corr, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. Thank you for the introduction. I'm excited to be here today. We have a lot of information to share with you in this mid-year update, not only in educator preparation programs, but also we'll roll into the educator recruitment and retention update directly after. But we will take a brief pause in between the presentations for you. So we're going to start this morning with an update on our educator preparation program updates, that mid-year piece. And I have two of my educator program preparation specialists, say that really quickly, James O'Halloran and Shannon Bernal, who are going to be with me today to assist, to assist with this particular program update for you. So just a little bit of background so that you have an idea of where we are headed. We are going to roll through some program overview for you, just give you a little bit of redefining those pathways for you, as well as it's a little tricky, workforce contributions. And then we have some really exciting news to share with you on some spotlights regarding our educator preparation programs. So with that, I'm going to turn it over, I believe, to James first. Yes, there we go.
Good afternoon, President Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to come and speak this afternoon with you on the updates for educator preparation program workforce contributions. Currently in Arizona, there are 246 total educational prep programs throughout the state, and with some out-of-state entities as well. And of that 246 total, Arizona has 156 traditional-based programs, 45 alternative programs, and 45 classroom-based activity programs. There we go. Traditional programs, we define traditional programs where the student teaching experience with the cooperating teacher's classroom is at the end of their program. That's very standard from what we as educators see, where we go into a classroom with a supervising teacher. We take control of their classroom under their direct supervision. There are a variety of institutions that provide the traditional experience. This includes institutions of the higher education, community college, and certificate-based organizations. Alternative programs, educator preparation programs designed for individuals who are working as a pre-K-12 teacher while certified under an alternative teaching certificate. So these individuals would be in the classroom working from the first day. It does go really weird, doesn't it? They are in the classroom from day one with their program under an alternative teaching certificate. They are teacher of record in the classroom while working on their program studies at the same time. Alternative programs have substantially different program sequences, design, and formats than that of their traditional counterparts. And there are a variety of institutions that provide this experience as well, including institutions of higher education, community colleges, and certificate organizations. I'll get the hang of this, I swear. There we go. Classroom-based programs, which are new to the state, those are solely alternative programs only. So anytime we talk about an LEA with a classroom-based program, those are alternative programs. To illustrate the output of our EPPs, we're utilizing the Educator Pipeline Dashboard. This tool uses 3 data points: institutional recommendations, which are also known as IRs, standard certificates issued, and teacher input application data, which is also known as TIA, that is self-reported by the LEAs themselves. We'll be using these data points throughout the presentation to illustrate the workforce contributions. The graph you're currently viewing right now on the slide allows us to follow the completers from all of the approved teacher area preparation programs over the last 4 years. We began collecting this data electronically from our EdPrep programs in 2021. So we can now follow all completers to see how many individuals continued on to get certified and how many become employed in our Arizona schools. The blue bars on the graph, those are our count of institutional recommendations. The red bar in the middle represents the number of unique individuals from that IR class that went on to get a standard certificate in Arizona. These charts do not include alternative certificates, emergency certificates, intern certificates, only in certificates that begin with the word standard. And finally, the copper, the orange bars represent the number of unique individuals from that IR class that were ever reported in the teacher input application. All districts and charters are required to self-report and enter their certified staff members and select classified staff members into TIA on a yearly basis. If an individual was ever reported in TIA, they will be counted in one of these graphs. The 2024 data is not complete at this time. Certificates will continue to rise, and TIA information is still being inputted. It should be known that TIA was just opened at the beginning of July. So when we report back to you in December, we'll have updated information on the numbers for active teachers and as we move from IRs into certifications.
I've been learning. Good afternoon, President Corr, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. We're going to move this slide and hopefully it goes well. No? Where? Yeah, that's the one. Okay. I'm just going to talk a little bit about workforce contributions. We have grouped our educator preparation programs for the following slides based on type of institution. Oh, why did it do that? I'm going to go back. Okay. Public universities. So first off is public universities in Arizona, then grouped by private and out-of-state institutions, Arizona community colleges, certificate-based and local education associations, or our classroom-based programs. Only approved institutions who have issued institutional recommendations are included in this report. Yes, please.
So do you want to just do it? Yeah, just say next slide.
I know what, I prefer that.
Yeah, Melissa.
All right, so we're going to start with our Arizona public universities. This illustration graphs workforce contributions for our Arizona public universities. Included in this grouping are Arizona State University, University of Arizona, and Northern Arizona University. Our public universities offer Arizona the largest population of institutional recommendations, Arizona certificates issued, and placement in Arizona schools. For the 2021 to 2023 cohort years, AZ Public Universities saw 76% of their institutional recommendation recipients included in Arizona teacher input application data. Again, our 2024 data is not complete. The orange TIA data bar will be reported in December. Next. We have some trend graphs. The trend data on this side isolates each Arizona public university. Arizona and ASU in purple, NAU in gray, and U of A in gold. We can see that the data over the past 4 years for the 3 universities remains stable. Next. All right, this slide illustrates the workforce contributions for our approved private and out-of-state universities and colleges. Included in this grouping are Alliant University, American Intercontinental University, Arizona Christian University, Grand Canyon University, Ottawa University Prescott College, and the University of Phoenix. Like our public universities, our private and out-of-state approved programs issue a large portion of institutional recommendations. There's a gap between certificates issued and teachers reported in TIA. Typically, completers from these institutions obtain Arizona certification only for reciprocity to their home state and are not contributing as impactfully as our other institutional groups. Next. Our trend data on this side isolates each private and out-of-state university and college. Most prominent is Grand Canyon University, represented in the blue line, significantly contributing to this group's performance data on all 3 areas: institutional recommendations, certificates, and TIA data. The second most prominent is the University of Phoenix in burnt orange line, trending above the remaining institutions in this grouping. I'll now hand it back over to my partner, James. And I'll get all my paper out of the way.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you. Community colleges have continued to increase their presence in Arizona's approved EPP landscape. We have a few newer community colleges, college EPPs that are not represented in this data as they have not yet issued institutional recommendations. Included in our graph are Central Arizona College, Pima, Rio Salado, and Scottsdale Community College. We'd like to highlight the correlation between the number of IRs these institutions issue and the presence of these completers in Arizona classrooms has remained consistent over the last 4 years. For the 2021 to 2023 cohort years, Arizona community colleges saw 88% of their IR recipients included in TIA data. Next slide. Same information, just broken down by individual institution that you see there. You will notice that there are only 3 lines that are accounted for in IR's standard certificates. But if you notice in the lower right-hand corner of each one of those boxes, there's a dot down there that does represent Central Arizona as well, because they just had their first year of IRs issued. So we can see that standard movement throughout. It's very consistent, little bit of a downward trend, but we're working with these EPPs to make sure that we can right the track on those. Certificate-based organizations may be post-bac or alternative-based programs. These are organizations that cater to individuals that may have their degree in an area other than education, or possibly individuals that are seeking certificates in other areas. They represent significantly less of the overall IRs issued in Arizona and much fewer completers in Arizona schools. For the 2021 to 2023 cohort years, certificate-based organizations saw 59% of their IR completers included into TIA data. And on our longevity graph here, we can see we have representation from ABCTE, iTeach, Classroom, Teach LLC, Teachers of Tomorrow, and Teach Now, with some very standard movement throughout, very exact as it moves through, with Teachers of Tomorrow leading the pack as far as institutional recommendations and individuals reported in TIA. And finally, our classroom-based approved programs have grown significantly over the past 3 years, with the majority of the programs being approved in 2022. This means that we're just starting to see the positive contributions to Arizona schools in 2024. This is a rising star in our EPP groups, and we're excited for them. This initial data from 2024 that we see performance has nearly tripled, going from 32 IRs written all the way up to 88 just in 1 year span. And as we move forward, and again, we don't have our 2024 TIA data there, but we are assuming that it is going to be pretty close to the 100% that classroom programs have seen over the last 3 years. Next slide, please. We've had 3 new classroom-based organizations that just had their first set of completers in May of 2024. That includes Deer Valley, Gilbert, and Mesa Unified School Districts. And since then, Washington, Vail, and Lake Havasu, they've been our pioneers with the most seasoned programs. We're looking forward to having even more completers and more programs as we come around to December of 24 and then May of 25 again. These pie charts show the contribution of each group of EPPs in relationship to the whole. The purple or blue portion of the pie is Arizona Public Universities. The red is private out-of-state universities. The orange is Arizona Community Colleges. The green portion of the pie is certificate-based programs that include classroom-based and alternative-based only. So there we have that broken down into an even smaller chart so you can see the breakdown as it goes there. Now, with all this background data on our different groups of EPPs, we can take a look at our alt versus trad programs. This slide here looks at our Arizona EPPs in terms of the type of program they offer versus the type of institution that they are. As we defined earlier, the program type relies on the candidate experience in the program. And when combining all these groupings together, we do see stability and alignment from IR to CERT to classroom for our educators. However, the vast majority of experiences for Arizona candidates are from traditional based programs, as you can see the split in the numbers that are there. Shannon?
Okay, so we are proud of all the work of all our EPPs due to contributed to Arizona's workforce, and we would like to spotlight 2 in particular. Pima Community College has been selected as one of our spotlight institutions because of the contributions it's made to Arizona's teacher workforce. Namely, over the past 3 years, the number of institutional recommendations they awarded is consistent with the number of completers that have obtained their certificate and have been identified in our TIA system as employed in our Arizona schools. We asked Pima to share their insight on the data, and this is what they provided. And actually, we have Tersa Sanders here today, and she's been here for the whole time. So this is Tersa Sanders, a representative from Pima Community College. This is what Pima had to say. As a community college, we primarily serve students from Arizona who often remain in the state to teach after graduation. Our strong alternative certification program further supports this trend. We maintain close relationships with our K-12 district partners, which allow many of our students to secure teaching positions even before they graduate. We have a case management advising model that allows us to inform our students of the importance of the teacher certification, clear of deficiencies, and with appropriate endorsements. Given our unique position within the community, we are optimistic that our upcoming bachelor's degree program in teaching will significantly contribute to addressing the teacher shortages in Arizona. Our next spotlight, is Teachers of Tomorrow. The second institution we'd like to spotlight is our Teachers of Tomorrow. Teachers of Tomorrow is a certificate-based program that uses our alternative teaching route. They too, over the past 3 years, have had consistency within their number of IRs issued to the number of completers that have gone to obtain their certificate and have been identified in the TIA system as being employed in our Arizona schools. This is what Teachers of Tomorrow had to say. Our main strategy have been tied to candidate support, internal processing measures, and district outreach. We make sure all our candidates are fully aware of their requirements,
before they are enrolled and help them along the way with their certification process. Candidates are able to complete their program at their own pace, providing them with additional flexibility as they balance multiple demands. Our trained enrollment program advisors, field supervisors, and certification officers provide candidates with coaching and guidance throughout their journey. From the institutional recommendation processing standpoint, we reach out to AZDOE when we have questions, and we work closely with our candidates to ensure all appropriate documentation is on file and requirements are met. In the community, we collaborate with the districts to share information regarding our programs to address their specific needs. Thank you. This concludes our presentation. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share the contributions our approved EPPs make to Arizona's workforce. You're welcome. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Dr. Clay.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for that presentation. I'm definitely going to share it with our community down south. I have a question. Do we have any data on troops to teachers?
President Corr and Superintendent, members of the board, we do have lots of information on troops to teachers, and the Troops to Educators program falls under the recruitment and retention team. I don't have it readily at my fingertips, but we can absolutely get that to you. So Lee Fernwalt is our military community liaison, and so he oversees that program as well as the Arizona Purple Star School program.
Thank you, because I would definitely like to see what I can do to help. We have Fort Huachuca is right in our vicinity, and we'd like to know how to capture those in the closet teachers that think they're not teachers, but they are. We want to figure out some strategies on how to capture them.
Yeah, and he does visit the bases regularly, and I know he is down there quite often because I sign off on that. So, but I can definitely get that.
We'll have him to come see me.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I will.
Vice President Haley.
This is great. I'm really impressed seeing the breakdown of numbers of both the institutions and programs that produce our future educators. And it's good to also see how many show up actually in our classrooms. Hopefully, last year, I think it was in December, Bruce, I always look at you as the educator, is you all provided a presentation with us, or maybe it was January, of how long individuals stay in the classroom. And so I'm hoping that we can take this presentation and we can build on it later in the year, and we can begin to see how long individuals are staying in the classroom.
Dr. Corr, Superintendent Horn, Vice President Haley, it is as if I paid you to say that, because that was the first portion of their presentation. The next portion here is teacher recruitment and retention, and they're going to be going into that very question. So they've got a kind of a two-pronged approach here.
It's a beautiful segue. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? As you well know, many community colleges in Arizona now have the opportunity to offer baccalaureate degrees, and I know many of my colleagues across the state are adding baccalaureate programs for teacher prep. So hopefully those numbers will continue to rise. And then just a very small little quibble, if I could, if you'd indulge me. There was a slide that called institutions of higher ed, and then a separate category, community colleges. I would note that community colleges are institutions of higher ed.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So again, with this is Jamie Wilbur and her team to talk about teacher recruitment and retention.
Hello again. All right. President Corr and Superintendent Horn, members of the board, good afternoon again. So I am going to share with you some information about the, thank you, educator recruitment and retention from the educator recruitment and retention team. Previous to the role that I am currently in, I was the director of educator recruitment and retention for the last few years. And so near and dear to my heart is this work. And so I have my educator recruitment and retention specialist with me, Will Ambos, who's going to take this journey with me a little bit on this mid-year update for you. So what we have for you this afternoon are some workforce data updates, some information on induction and mentoring, some LEA site visit information, as well as the Educator Recruitment and Retention Task Force and Promising Practices, which you may or may not have heard about yet. If not, it's exciting information to share with you. And then finally, we are going to end our presentations with a spotlight on Nogales Unified School District, and they have traveled here to speak to you today. So we're super excited about the work that they are doing down there. We're going to go ahead and start. Next slide, please. With some comparison data of attrition over the last 2 years. And if you maybe remember last December, our data analyst shared with you this dashboard that was created, and all of this information comes from our teacher input application, so our TIA data. And the information that is here is from our new classroom teacher attrition and retention dashboard. This dashboard has been one of the driving forces that has been released out to our LEAs, to the public. It's on the Educator Recruitment and Retention repository. We've utilized this dashboard to share with LEAs where those areas are of concerns are, as well as just to the state comparable data that can be shared between counties, between similar LEAs, et cetera. So one of the things that we just want to share with you, as you can see here, we kind of have overlaid last year's front page with this year's front page so far. Again, TIA data has not been completely input yet. It was just updated, or sorry, it was just opened in July. So when we come back to see you in December, we will definitely have more updates for you. But we just kind of want to update the highlight of less teachers dropped went from 18.5% to 15.8%. And that would be teachers that show up in the teacher input application system 1 year in TIA, but then not in the next year. So we've seen a small drop in that. So that is a good thing. The other thing is we're always looking at the category of teachers 0 through 4, that experience level. Are they staying or are they leaving us? So one of the essential questions that the Educator Recruitment and Retention team has is, how do we keep teachers from leaving? How do we get them to stay more than 3 or 4 years? We know that that is our most vulnerable group of teachers. And so what we can see is that in 0 through 4 years, we went from 1 year of being at 23% lost to 20% lost. So in our eyes, that's a little bit of a win, right? It's a win. So we're going to take it and we're going to take this, and what are we doing? What are those LEAs doing that are the good work? What can we do to continue to support? And then how do we drill down even more specifically to the ones that are leaving? Why are they leaving? And so we're going to share some of that information with you. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is a graph that shows you the 5-year attrition rates. So again, in 2023, you can see that 15.79%, that would be percent of teachers that dropped from TIA. So they were there 1 year, they didn't show up the next year. Again, 2024, we'll have that for you in December. So then we'll have even more data. We're not quite back down to those pre-COVID numbers, but we saw that spike in 2021. And our hope is that trajectory will just continue to go down with the work that LEAs are putting in place, as well as the work that this really small but mighty team is doing. Next slide, please. So this dashboard, again, public dashboard, along with a general workforce dashboard, as well as an EPP pipeline dashboard, is all for public use on the Educator Recruitment and Retention Educator Recruitment and Retention repository. This has been what has been used when Will Ambos, the specialist who's here, as well as the data analyst and myself, have gone out on site visits all the way from up in Ganado, all the way down to Nogales, where we have utilized this to have those conversations and really look at what is that LEA's story. Only they know their story. This is the data, this is out there, but how do we get in and have even more of a conversation where an LEA might think that they're really struggling with elementary teachers and they're losing elementary teachers, when we can use this dashboard to really pull up and say, maybe that's the case, but really is it high school chemistry teachers that you might be losing? How do we then help them drill down and make those data-driven decisions and have those discussions for them to really have HR in the room? How do we have curriculum and instruction in the room to really have them play nice, for lack of a better term, and be able to take this data that's out there and help them make better decisions with what's happening staffing wise and where those attrition and retention pieces lie. So with this, we've presented this dashboard to our HR professionals at ASPA. We've presented this dashboard all across the state to LEAs. And then what we've done is we've taken feedback from stakeholders. One of the new filters, if you will, is to be able, on page 2 of this dashboard, is to be able to toggle by special education. So what we've done is we've taken that and it now will filter out by the specific position descriptions within special education instead of just special education as a whole, because our LEAs were really searching for, can we drill that down further? So this dashboard has several pages to it. It also comes with a user guide that has been very beneficial when we are out and about having those data conversations with our LEAs and around the state, with our HR professionals, our curriculum and instruction folks, even our managers of federal programs, and that. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to transition over to Will Ambos, and he's going to share with you a little bit of information about mentoring, induction and mentoring, because I know that is one of the things that is near and dear to you all based on one of our key priority areas. So.
Thanks, Jamie. President Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Next slide, please. When this process started, we had the opportunity to attend a symposium on induction and mentoring back in the fall of 2022, and that was led by Dr. Richard Ingersoll and Dr. Emily Davis. Ingersoll is a preeminent person in this country that follows a lot of the induction pieces and teacher welfare and teacher shortages. And Dr. Emily Davis is the founder and CEO of Teacher Development Network. That is her group. And I had the unique opportunity to speak with those people on a regular basis and start to formulate, what are we going to do with all this stuff? How are we going to tackle this? And as fate would have it, this occurred before the dashboard was ready. So we wanted to start to get this process going. So we reached out. I asked those individuals who are some LEAs in the state that are up and running that we know we can go to and talk to and get some vital startup information and then move on from there. And it essentially went to names, numbers, needs. Names meaning using the people that we know so we can get in to talk to them. The numbers, now that we had the dashboard to support things and have that ability to speak to them at a more quantitative level. And then needs, what are their needs? And then what are our needs as how we can help each other? Because we were going in trying to figure things out. Of those visits, we made 16 requests, 13 of which were accepted by those LEAs. And of those 13 visits, 7 after we went in and did our work with them the first time, 7 reached out or we reached back out for follow-up visits. So we were either called back or we asked to come back and ask for more clarification. So that was a good start to the program. Next slide, please. What you have here is essentially a map of the state of Arizona, and these are all the places that we've been thus far. It is a varied group, and that is intentional. We tried to get rural, remote, inner city, all points in between so that we had valuable information to share and trade out with one another. When we approach them, we are always looking at the premise of how do we become thought partners? How do we share what you have and what we have? How do we make this all work so we can report back out on a regular basis and make sure that everybody is able to get access to the information that's needed, and we can share things that are working in one corner of the state might translate rather quickly. There have been several occasions where I've been able to put people together to discuss from different areas, to take the middleman out and let them get to what it is that they need. Now, as every place that I went to and we went to, we made sure to take copious notes and follow along and figure out what's going on, similarities and weaknesses. And we found in the big picture, we found some places were very well intended and others were very intentional. And that's a big difference when you look at those things. And we were able to pull things together. Next slide, please. And in that, so just a brief similarity and difference approach to this, you will see that when it came to the induction and mentoring standards, the similarities were that the people we talked to were using the standards that were created as the basis of what they were doing. The differences were that they were applied differently based on their capacity, meaning did they have the manpower to do what those standards were calling for them to do. When you talk about systems, which is the most important piece to anything, as we figured out and we all know is in the big picture, people leave, systems stay. And what we found is that all of them had a chain of command. All of them had handbooks. The difference was when you looked at the leader of department for this or whoever's in charge varied from LEA to LEA. And then the varied depth of the information contained in those handbooks. Again, it's kind of, we're just trying to piece everything together and pull it and find those similarities and differences. Training is always going to be a big issue, no matter what you do. Mentors all received training. Every place we went to, mentors got training. The level of training, of course, is going to be varied. Again, you had some that did their own in-house training that they sent somebody out, brought it back. Others sent their mentors out off-site to receive training to get more in-depth and try to get this thing moving. Funding, big surprise. Came up everywhere. And what we found is creativity, resourcefulness to get it done because it was deemed as this is important. The numbers tell us it is important. And what we found is there were several funding sources that were utilized by them. They were all creative, but everybody was using something different, whatever they had available to them. And in this case, they used braided funding, blending the things, using grants, M&O, Title I, Title II, whatever they could, but they made it a priority to make sure that the mentoring piece, the induction piece was in place to protect those and get those teachers in years 0 through 4. How can we support them and get them there? And the biggest piece when we discussed more is this is clearly a situation where proactivity is going to be the key to it rather than reactive situations. If you're proactive in your classrooms, things are going to get better for you in the long run, as opposed to reactive where the fire is already burning. Okay. Later on, I'll be spotlighting one of our favorite LEAs that was kind of coming here. But at this time, I'm going to turn it back over to Jamie Wilbur. There you go. In my blind spot.
Yep, it's okay. All right. So Will, obviously very passionate about induction and mentoring. I don't know if you could tell that or not about him. But using that dashboard, we really looked at who had those really high retention rates and why did they have those retention rates at that level, and then tried to overlay that then with those mentoring programs to kind of see, is it because of the mentoring program? And if it is, what does that look like? Why does it look like that? And so that's what really sparked a lot of those visits, and then created just kind of a snowball effect of thought partners, et cetera. And so we will continue with those pieces, and we'll share a little bit more about the extension of what the work is going to be in that area. Along with these pieces for the recruitment and retention team, next slide, please. We were asked to lead an educator recruitment and retention task force, and really looking at how do we get teachers to stay past 3 years? Because again, going back to the data, we know that teachers are leaving at an alarming rate in years 0 through 4. So that became our essential question, is how do we get them to stay? So this task force convened, and it started back in July of 2023 and went through March of 2024. We partnered with the Region 15 Comp Center, which is part of West Ed, and we worked with 3 consultants, worked very closely with us throughout the planning, throughout working through where do we start with this? Because this is a beast, right? It's not only something that's impacting Arizona, it's impacting the country nationwide. There is concerns for what people are calling a teacher shortage. And so what do we do? How do we make sure that the work that we are doing in recruitment and retention is aligning to the true needs that are out there? So this task force was comprised of 39 members. We met in person, we met online. The members were everything from beginning teachers to mid-career teachers to late career teachers. We also had instructional coaches, interventionists, we had building level administrators, superintendents, and we also had HR people that were HR personnel that joined us, as well as institutes of higher ed. So we had a variety of everybody, and then from all over the state of Arizona who joined us. And our focus kind of teased out 3 the focus areas were 3 big areas that teased themselves out as we started to have conversations. And we really wanted to have practical strategies, things that LEAs could take back and immediately implement that would have a positive impact for educators. And so I'm going to share those with you quickly. Not in too much detail, but enough so that you have an idea of kind of where these came from. And you should have also all received a copy of the full report, as well as the additional information that we put together for LEAs. Next slide, please. So the 3 focus areas that really came out were teacher voice, that induction with robust mentoring, and then the idea of a retention plan. And so the big piece with this was that it was important for us to really work within the definition of a teacher voice. What does that really mean? Because when you ask somebody, what is teacher voice? That is everywhere. And we found that out very quickly as that became one of the focus areas. We spent a lot of time with those members really drilling out, first of all, why is it important? Second of all, what does it really mean? And how do we make sure that we're really speaking to it in a way that makes sense for this task force to be able to come up with critical components and be able to really look at how do we do good things for teachers and make them feel empowered in a way that they will be able to move forward. Because we know, again, that they're leaving at an alarming rate. So the second focus area was that induction with robust mentoring. We know that research shows if teachers are supported, particularly in years 0 through 4, they will stay longer. And not only with that, but teachers that struggle in years 5 or 6. Is it okay to give them an additional mentoring cycle? Is it okay to give them additional coaching at that time? Absolutely. That induction piece should continue with that robust mentoring. And what does that look like? So really looking at taking those standards that are currently adopted and how do we make sure that those are included in here, and how do we make sure people know about them, and then how do we take the site visits that are already in place and feed those into sharing that with the task force, and then what are the next steps to that. And then finally, that last piece was retention plans. All LEAs have some sort of a strategic plan with key priority areas, goals, but no one really has a true retention plan. So we really looked at how do we create the framework for a retention plan that aligns and could align with the strategic plan of an organization. What does that look like? And we found that there is Phoenix Elementary District was gracious enough. They have one, and they have allowed us to utilize that plan as we've moved forward. But really looking at how do we make sure that if this is our need and that we need to make sure that we have good teachers in classrooms to not only raise student achievement, because that's ultimately what we are doing, is we want to make sure that good teachers are in classrooms. We're not constantly having to fill with subs, et cetera. I mean, we know that administrators are doing the best they can with where we are with things, but teachers have to feel supported. We know that teachers are leaving again at those alarming rates, but how do we put these things all in place? And it all has to encompass teacher voice, induction with robust mentoring, et cetera. So all of these kind of came together in this document that you all have. Next slide, please. So we want to share with you just some of those highlights. One of the questions that we get asked, or that members got asked a lot, was where is salary in all of this? Salary, we know it's an important ongoing factor. Salary will always be in those top 5 reasons, but based on the research that we've done, based on surveys that we've done, it's not necessarily the number 1 reason. It's going to be somewhere in that top 5, top 6, but not necessarily that top reason. So we all agreed that in this task force, it's absolutely an important ongoing factor. And you'll notice that it's in one of the very opening paragraphs of the report. We defined teacher voice, and the definition that you see on the screen is the definition that was created by the task force. And it is that ability to participate in the decision-making process that impacts systems, procedures, and expectations. So really thinking beyond just a teacher leader position, but how do you get that really quiet, maybe first, second, third year teacher to feel empowered, comfortable enough to feel like they have a say in systems that impact their daily work. So taking that and really looking at working in the parameters of that for teacher voice. And then all of the recommendations for each focus area have critical components, and then some of them have important components as well. So when you're reading through each of them, you'll notice that the task force really tried to drill down, what does teacher voice look like? Systems that encompass that. What do critical components of an induction with robust mentoring program look like? And a lot of that is aligned to the standards that are already in place. And then really those critical components of a retention plan. And you'll see that both of the other focus areas are included in there, as well as other areas for that retention plan. And then finally, what the team did is put together an additional document to help LEAs really understand, what does this document mean? And then how do I take these areas and how do I do some self-reflection on that? Do we already have some of these things in place? And then how do we actually codify it into a plan that our stakeholders understand and that everybody else understands, so that everybody knows that this is really important? Because our team has kind of coined the phrase that retention is the new recruitment. We can recruit all day long, but if we aren't focusing on retention, all of that is for nothing. Next slide, please. At the same time that the task force was working through all of the recommendations, one of the things that our team did is we really looked at those teachers that are not showing up in the TIA system anymore. Why are they not showing up in the TIA system anymore? Is it because they moved? Is it because they retired? Is it because they left teaching altogether? And so the full survey results can be found on our repository, but we just wanted to share the top 4 reasons with you all. Again, like I said, salary will always be up there, but it's not necessarily the number 1 thing. But these were the top 4 that came out of that specific teacher leaver survey. Feeling burned out, not feeling respected, and then the student behavior and discipline issues, and then of course needing a higher salary. So we took this information, we shared it with the task force, as this happened towards the end of the task force convening, to make sure that was what was gathered in line with what the task force members were hearing and seeing at their own LEAs, et cetera. So this will be a survey that this team will continue to do and will continue to bring back for you year after year, so we can start looking at trend data as well. And next slide, please. So finally, before we get to the big reveal of the spotlight for you, the recruitment and retention team support. So all the task force documents are posted on the recruitment and retention team website. We have started to present those recommendations through ASPA, which is the HR personnel organization in Arizona, leading change, some other conferences and whatnot around the state. All the guidance documents are posted there as well. And we're continuing our LEA site visits. And we hope to bring back more information to you in December, along with that updated TIA data so that you can kind of see where our workforce data is at that time. And then currently we are working on a hiring and retaining training that will be free for our LEAs, which will focus on those best practices as well as some of those critical components that come out directly from the task force. Right? And I'm gonna, next slide, please. So out of all of this and those LEA site visits, one of the things that we noted was Nogales Unified School District. And so based on the retention trends, those promising practices, a visit that Will and I had an opportunity to take down to Nogales, what we did is we decided to kind of continue a partnership there. And I'm going to let Will do some bragging on them real quick before they get to brag on themselves to you and leave you with a bright spot today.
President Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. When we decided to put together a case study, we started bantering about who should be this feature, who should we start with? And it was clear to me that Nogales jumped to the head of the class. And it a lot has to do with the personal connections that we made, but also numbers don't lie, but they do tell a story. Okay, next slide, please. For the last 5 years, as you look at these numbers, you will see that Nogales Unified School District has clearly kept themselves in a position that they are well below in the attrition rates of losing teachers. So it was not a big elongated decision again to come to Nogales. And the other part is when I called and said, can I come back and interview everybody and do everything that I need to do to get this done? Can we have full access? And they were kind enough to pull back the curtain for us, which meant me sitting in on meetings with all the hierarchy. And then from there, moving from that conference and all the conversations that took place, then going from each school and visiting with administrators, visiting with mentors, visiting with mentees, and just having conversations and collecting as much anecdotal information as possible and putting that all together into a case study, okay? And the best part about this is when we decided that we were going to feature them and when we were putting this together, we reached out to the good folks from Nogales and invited them to attend and share their experience and what they have going on down there. And they accepted our invitation. So I would like to introduce them if I'd be allowed to do that.
Please do.
Okay. The superintendent is here, Angelina Cantu. The HR director, Myra Zuniga. And one of their mentor coordinators, Penny Mungia.
Right.
How about it?
Welcome.
Good afternoon. As I want to thank the board, Mr. President, Ms. Vice President, members of the board. Thank you very much for having us here today. It is quite an honor, and we certainly appreciate your time to share a little bit about our district and highlight some of the things going on there. As Will told you, I'm Angel Canto, the superintendent. With me is Myra, and our HR director, and Penny, our reading specialist, our elementary mentor coordinator, and frankly, teacher leader in a number of other areas. Not with us today are Miss Aisa Bonilla. She's our assistant superintendent of curriculum and instruction. Santosh Kumar, he is our high school coordinator. And Anila Pradhan, our middle school mentor coordinator. And then we've also had a lot of help from Sandra Lisette Jimenez. She is currently our finance director, but she's worked with all of us closely as continuous school improvement director prior to that. So thank you. And I think if we can go to the next slide, when we were discussing best practices and trying to identify some of what we wanted to share with you about what's going on in Nogales, it kind of shook out into about 8 different areas. So I'll take the first 2, and then I'm going to hand over to my colleagues the other remaining areas. The first one is, as I hope you can certainly, and I'm sure you appreciate, is strong governance. Governing board, we have a governing board that values and supports our administration, our educators, and our staff. It's not just evidenced by the total compensation that they are continuously looking to provide for staff, but the inclusion in our governing board goals, ideas that focus on retention, recruitment, collaboration, and preparation. Our mission and vision statement guides our goals and basically boils down to the idea that all stakeholders will collaborate to create a positive environment for all of our students to be successful. 3 of our 5 board goals incorporate language that takes us a little farther and expresses the board's commitment to support not only the recruitment and retention of teachers, but to provide support to ensure their effectiveness and the development of leadership skills so that they can become teacher leaders and future administrators. We also, our board prioritizes in its budget, as we develop that each year, funds to provide addenda for our mentor coordinators, training for our mentors, our mentees, the coordinators, and us as administrators. It also provides money for substitutes so that our mentors and mentees can really work together to observe each other, to enhance the conversation and the collaboration that they have together. Our board also understands that their support for teachers will enable student achievement to continuously increase, and we deeply appreciate everything they do and their support. Our second area is leadership. And as it says there, we have a team that really strives to exemplify our adopted core values in our district. And when I say leadership, I'm referring not just to site and district administrators, but our teacher leaders, our coordinators, our mentors. We look together that collaboration is really critical between all stakeholders, our mentees, our mentors, our coaches, our coordinators, our site and district administrators, to prepare our new teachers to be successful in their first years of teaching, as Ben's discussed. Now, in the classroom for those first few years, and frankly, well beyond that. We're working to maintain accountability and integrity by providing that template that Will was talking about, so that we're able to codify those ideas, those practices that we have in place, and continually make improvements in that area. I want to thank very much Jamie and Will, because we have tremendously enjoyed and benefited from not only the forums that we all attended in our district, but just for the conversation that we've had. It forced us, it gave us a really great opportunity to reflect on some of the things we're doing. And frankly, I'm not going to lie, we are teachers at heart. So we stole ideas as well, because we asked them to please share things that they were learning from other places. That written plan that we're using to codify these ideas, we know that that's going to be a continuous product. It's not something that we'll ever get done with and put on the shelf. Certainly as pathways to teaching continue to evolve, that plan's going to need to evolve in response to that to meet the needs of our new teachers. We also respect and understand that each cohort that we have at the elementary, the middle, and the high school, those folks, the mentees and the mentors, have differing needs. And so we're always tweaking what we're doing to try to be responsive to the needs that they bring to us. An example of that would be this year, based upon the feedback that we had, some of our own exit interviews with our mentees, they asked for more time for that beginning of the year induction program. So with the support of our board, we were certainly able to provide additional time. And I think that was well received by all of our new teachers, and will certainly help us gain a lot of ground this year and enable us to respond to something that they were asking for, additional time to kind of front load information about classroom management. So with the help of ADE, we were able to provide that training full day for those folks. And I think that's really going to benefit and pay off for us in a big way this year. So I think also this idea that we look for not equality, but equity. We know that everybody has different needs. And so we have to continually be able to respond to those and ask what they are and figure out together how we can best meet those. I think for our teacher leadership, our leaders here in our district, we really understand that having effective prepared teachers, that's the foundation for our students to be successful. And that would be our goal. And now I'm going to turn things over to Ms. Suniga.
Good afternoon, President Kaur, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. It's my pleasure to be here. Before I go into commitment to growing our own, I want to say that at our district, we really value educators and we want to bring back the honor and respect to the profession. So we do have a big commitment to our educators, which I hope you can feel from our presentation today. The commitment to growing our own, because as was shared already, it is difficult to recruit from like the pipelines that sometimes don't exist. So retaining our talent is really important to us. And we do that by embracing the growing your own concept, where we see the value and we see what every individual that works for the district can bring to the table, from our substitutes to our parents, to our maintenance workers, to our custodians. Like, we have relationships with our employees, which allow us to see the greatness that each of them have. We have 2 cool stories this year where one of our maintenance workers is starting our CTE fire science program for us. So he became certified and he was working in our support services department. You can only know those types of things if you truly connect with employees. So as the HR director, it's my goal and my mission to, I call it, roll out the red carpet for our employees. And that's the goal of my team. Mine and my team's goal is to make sure we connect with people, to know what they value, what they aspire to, what they want for themselves and their families, not just today, but in the future. So we have really strong collaborations and partnerships with a lot of our institutional partners, one of which was highlighted today, Pima Community College, and Terza Sanders is here. We communicate often, and I'm really grateful for her support. The U of A Pathways program is also one of our strong partners. Our district has benefited from 10 teachers already through the Pathways program. We have 5 to 7 teachers that are waiting for our 2025 cohort, to start our 2025 cohort. A couple of those teachers are currently paraprofessionals at our district, and they have to resign from their employment because during the time that they're in the program, they cannot be employed because it's a very rigorous program, but it does provide a stipend for them through the program of $1,000 a month. And it's a very accelerated program. So it is difficult for us to like bring someone in, train them, and then see them, gone. But we know that it's for our benefit and for their benefit. So we really embrace those opportunities. Also, for our aspiring leaders, we have a lot of leaders in our employee group, not necessarily ones that are going to be principal or superintendent, but for example, Miss Penny Munguia, who is with us today, she has also participated in the AZ-ALAS, the Arizona Association of Latino Administrators and Superintendents, through their Aspiring Leaders training and program, and we greatly benefit from her being on our team. Our next area, the focus on continuous improvement. As you can see, we don't just twiddle our thumbs at work. We get to work. We work hard. We're accountable. We don't shy away from responsibility. And it's our everyday goal to get better. So obviously that work is not just a one-time effort. It's continuous. You have to really embrace a continuous improvement mindset. And we understand our employees are going to make mistakes. They're going to get it wrong. So we want to make sure that they understand that we're going to be right there by their side when, whatever we're trying out, whatever letter grade we received, we share that information out. We embrace our successes and we rally together to go forward to meet the expectations, that are in front of us for better achievement, for better student outcomes, and for better acknowledgement of our staff. Because if we don't have happy teachers, our students are not going to learn. I just heard a quote from someone that said, if your students don't like you, they're not going to learn. So if our teachers don't like us, they're not going to teach. So we want, as far as HR is concerned and leadership is concerned, we want the focus of our educators to be teaching our students, not worrying about insurance, not worrying about if their claim is going to be paid, not worrying about their certificate. That's where we roll out the red carpet. So the next slide, please. And the next item is community support. We had an election last year in November in 2023, and we received support in Nogales for an MNO override and a bond override. Both were successful. So through our MNO override, we're able to provide to teachers a $2,000 recruitment and retention stipend. That's what we call it. It's really a recruitment stipend. Or I'm sorry, a retention stipend. I said that incorrectly. Because if you obtain your contract and return it to us within 7 days, you receive $2,000 in addition to your base pay. I'm really proud to say that our starting teacher pay, including our supplemental pays, is over $51,000 in Nogales. In addition, we pay 100% for health insurance through ASBATE, and that's a value of $7,100. That includes a medical, prescription, and life.
I'm just going to ask if you could just
Hurry it
move
up.
it along a little
Yes, I'm
quicker.
sorry.
Yeah, we're in our 5th hour here with
I'm
more than half
sorry.
the
Yes,
agenda to go. Thank you.
absolutely, Mr. President. So I just want you to, I want to leave you with that and hand it over to Ms. Munguia, that we really value our educators and our community support is really important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Core, Superintendent, and members of the board. I'm Penny Munguia, and I'm the Elementary Mentor Program Coordinator. And for me, teacher voice is crucial, and NUSD gives all the teachers the opportunity to participate in a variety of committees. They feel heard and valued. We participate in committees such as when they're hiring a teacher, the interest-based negotiation, when we're adopting curriculum. Everybody gets an opportunity to be a leader and their voices are being heard. As part of the mentor and induction program in Nogales, we provide a 2-year program for the new teachers, and any other teacher that feels that they need that support, they come to the program. Our program is an intense site-based program, which every teacher gets a mentor at each site for emergencies. And then we have a monthly meeting. We have check-ins, we have logs, and our goal is for make sure that they feel supported, as well as provide any type of guidance. We had an instance last December that the new teachers were feeling very overwhelmed. So I was able to reach out to our HR director, and through our some of our benefits, the wellness program, we got a coach that went into our December meeting and talked to them about stress, time management. So our program is a systematic program that changes based on the needs of our teachers. Since we have such a big, great culture and climate at our district, we are a big family and we know about their needs, and they feel confident enough to ask for the help when needed. So we use a lot of feedback and surveys to keep monitoring and adjusting our program. As a proud product of NUSD, I went back to my community, and I've been there for the past 27 years, encouraging all the new teachers to stay in this profession and go back to our community. So thank you so much for your time.
Very nice. Super impressive.
President Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, thank you so much for allowing us to be here today.
Very good. Thank you so much. Any questions or comments, Dr. Hagerman?
I just want to thank you guys for coming today. When I talk with my principals in Tanque Verde and with superintendents around, we ask like who's doing cool and powerful work, both with teachers, but also with student learning. Nogales comes up so often. So bravo. Thank you guys.
Nice. Very good. Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to say to our Nogales friends, the reason why your teachers are being successful is because of you. You can see the pride in your eyes with how you talk about your teachers, how you talk about your students. And I think leadership is the most important thing. That's something that is not going to be always identified in a survey, but when you have stable leaders in your school district, then teachers can feel empowered to teach. And you're taking care of a lot of things that are reasons why teachers are leaving the profession. And so I think if more leaders in our state really learn from this, like, and have stability in classrooms, have stability with your leadership, then our kids are also going to benefit in the long run. And so I could just see it in your eyes. And it's a very, very like heartfelt comment to just say thank you for what you do for your teachers. As a teacher, this is really, really the type of leadership that, you know, I feel blessed to have. And I wish that every single teacher in the state gets that leadership.
Dr. Clay.
I will echo my colleague, Member Catanese. Wow. Number one, thanks for representing down south. We are right next door to each other, and I promise you, I will be knocking on your door. I have a lot to learn. The pride that you have and the support that you give is felt and is needed throughout the state. So I thank you for that very, very much. And then I do have another question or comment as far as retention and your programs. Have you ever included the county superintendents? I'm looking at the site visits right now. I was looking at the site visits, and you're doing a great job. But now let's go ahead and kick it up to another level. All right, the county superintendents have a bigger perspective, and they could also help you with this, and also help with the program and within their counties. So I would strongly recommend, because I'm looking at you came to Douglas, and I had no clue, didn't know. And the thing is, if we stay siloed, okay, we're not going to be able to move westward. So I would strongly recommend that you start in your strategic plan to start including the county superintendent and see what part they can play in what you're doing. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Clay. Anyone else? Yeah, Member Catanese.
One
Second bite. You are mimicking Dr. Clay, aren't you?
we're building off each other. Just one final comment. I think that oftentimes we look at, when we look at the survey and we look at teacher pay, I think that we also sometimes forget about paraprofessional pay, bus driver pay, cafeteria pay, and all those things go hand in hand. Because if we are also paying all of our community members more, then I think that there's specific jobs that every single person has that they're accountable for at your school, and then everybody doesn't feel like they're just overburdened. And I think that when you look at the first few indicators on that survey, you get burnout, but burnout only happens whenever you have to do more than what your job is asked. And so I think that just as a reminder to our legislative friends, if they are listening, to make sure that we are also advocating for all members of the school community, because everybody is a part of this family. So that was just something that came up. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Catanese. Anyone else? Very well. Thank you very much. Going to move us on to 5D. If folks need a break at the podium, just go ahead and it has been over 2 hours. Okay, 10 minutes, folks. Can we keep this to 10 minutes and we'll get us started again? Thank you. All right, I would ask my colleagues to find their way back. I was hoping you were going to stay there, Dr. Clay, so I could gavel you, but that you reacted with such a sprint to the chair that would seem unfair. Yeah. Very good. Then I'm going to go ahead and call us back into session at 1:29 and move us on to item 5D. This is presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding the recommendations to approve or conversely not approve the parent guardian's CB's appeal and reject the Arizona Department of Education department's denial of a purchase in the Empowerment Scholarship Account ESA for appeals case numbers 2024-00025, 2024-00026, and 2024-00027. Director Ross, you want to tee this one up for us?
Dr. Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. This is a returning item from June. The ESA appeals are, in order to have a rehearing, are triggered by a board vote, which differs from other elements of the board's purview. So the board, this is the item related to the dune buggies, and the board has two votes ahead of it, or two possibilities. One would be to uphold the hearing officer's findings. The hearing officer, the parent had put in for reimbursement. ADE rejected the request. Hearing officer overturned that rejection. So if you uphold the hearing officer's findings, it would be reimbursing the parents. The board can also overturn the hearing officer's findings, which would support ADE's findings and would not reimburse the parents. Once the vote is done, per ESA rule, both parties, either party may call for a rehearing at that point, but it is triggered by a board vote.
It's beautifully put. So again, the question before us is really the permissibility of the dune buggy purchase. A vote to uphold a ruling would be in fact in favor of the parent and being able to be reimbursed for those. Overturning it would not allow that purchase. Either way, and this is a question I want to make sure is correct. Either way, then it becomes appealable. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sean, I caught you at a bed. My point was either way we vote, it becomes appealable. It's whether the department's appealing or the parent.
That is correct, Dr. Core.
Okay, just wanted my colleagues to make sure that was fully understood. So with that, the question before us is option one to uphold or option two to overturn. And I'll turn to my colleagues for any thoughts or a motion either way.
Can I make a motion?
I think that's probably the best way to get the conversation started. So yeah, Member Clark, if you would.
I motion based on the recommendation that the State Board of Education adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law in the recommendation from the hearing officer to approve the parent guardian CB's appeal 2024-0025. Do I need to read those? I guess maybe 2024-00026 and 2024-00027.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
Member Kentney, second. Now, discussion. I'll stop eating my peanuts if there's going to be no discussion. We have a motion in the second. I'll call the vote in the second. I guess preemptively explain my vote. Regardless of your feelings on ESA, and I think they range along a spectrum. At some point, I think the question of reasonableness comes to mind. And this particular purchases exceeds my definition of reasonableness. So I personally would not vote and will not vote to support the ruling, but would feel more inclined to the counter. So just kind of explaining my vote in advance. If anyone else would like to make a comment, that'd be fine. Otherwise, I will call the vote. Yeah, Member Clark,
I'll
please.
just make a quick comment because I wasn't here in the June meeting, so I had to get caught up on all of this. I appreciate what you said, Dr. Kaur, about people's feelings about the ESA program and reasonableness of expenses. I think the important thing for the board to know and for us to remember is our role in the appeals process and also the reasonableness of purchases and what the actual law says. And the ESA law is very broad and it is very, very open. And that's why we have the appeals process. That's why we have the department doing that first layer. And then we have the appeals process. And then an administrative law judge looks at the law and says, according to the law, this is my finding of fact, my conclusion of law. So if people have struggles with reasonableness of purchases and those types of things, there's a proper way for those to be addressed through the legislative process, possibly through rulemaking. But yeah, I think that what you said earlier too is really helpful about there's still the opportunity to appeal either way on this. But I think that in every case since I've been on the board, when it comes to ESA appeals, the board has voted in line with the hearing officer, which I think is important to remember. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Do we? Oh yeah, Member Kravickas, please.
When the legislature put the state board in this position, I think there were very good reasons to do it. And I welcome our role and have so far. And I don't mean to be hypercritical because I know running a government program is really hard. It just is. But it's hard. It's frustrating to feel like we're in this position for all the different reasons that we probably all feel. So I just want to say that this is not an easy decision. And I just wish it hadn't gotten to this point.
Anyone else? Okay. We have a motion and a second to uphold the hearing officer's decision. All in.
Dr. Kaur, just given the nature of this topic, I would ask that we do a roll call vote.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Will you conduct that for us? Yeah, please.
So just to reiterate, the motion is currently to uphold the findings of the hearing officer, which would reimburse the parent for the purchase. So President Kaur.
No.
Vice President Haley.
No.
Superintendent Horn.
No.
Member Katniss.
Yes.
Member Clark.
Yes.
Dr. Clay.
No.
Dr. Hagerman.
No.
Member Krivickas.
No.
Member Meyerson.
No.
Member Tovar. Dr. Kaur, the motion does not pass.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean. So then I would seek a motion that would, in fact, overturn the finding of the hearing officer. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Clay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vice President Haley, thank you. Any additional conversation?
I do.
Oh, yeah, please, Dr. Hagerman.
I just to kind of explain my vote. I do have concerns with the reasonableness of the purchase and also that there could be other ways to get at the same support need for the student that wouldn't be as expensive and as unique as this.
Thank you. All righty. Yeah, please. And then
I'm kind of confused why we have to have this motion. If the first one failed, doesn't it like automatically this one?
We should, Dr. Kaur, Superintendent Horn, we should still do this vote formally.
Member Katniss, did you have a? No. Okay. Saw something in your eye.
Okay.
Please, yeah, floor is yours.
I think that whenever Member Clark, you were talking about, you know, like we have this process. I think I was thinking about that, but then also like Member Hagerman. I think that it is just interesting to kind of like dive deeper into it about like what other alternatives could there be, et cetera. And I think that is something now that I'm considering. What else could be useful to address the needs of the child, but also I don't know if necessarily that's our purview. And so that's why I'm really struggling with this, like going back and forth, because I'm kind of like 51, 49, 40, like 51, 49 both ways. And so it is a hard decision that I agree with Member Krivickas that it's hard that we're in this situation because I want to go by the process, but I also understand that this is a hard decision for the family as well.
Thank you. Yeah, please, Member Myers.
And I guess so even as I think about kind of the vote of no, I think to that exact point, I certainly don't think that this board is in the position to be assigning, you know, what is best for a particular child. And I appreciate the points on the sort of broad spectrum of the law. And so I think thus, I guess, just to reemphasize, like the rationale for my vote is this needs to go back and presumably the parent will appeal and kind of go through that process again so that decision rests between the parent and their family. And so just as a kind of final point from my perspective.
Thank you. All right, Executive Director Ross, if you want to do a roll call vote on the alternative or a second.
So to reiterate, the motion is to overturn the finding of the hearing officer, which would find in favor of ADE. President Kaur?
Yes.
Vice President Haley?
Yes.
Yes.
Member Katniss?
Yes.
Member Clark?
No.
Dr. Clay?
Yes.
Dr. Hagerman?
Yes.
Member Krivickas?
Yes.
Member Meyerson? Dr. Kaur, the motion passes. Oh, I'm sorry, Member Tovar. Sorry.
That's okay. Yes.
My apologies, Member Tovar. Dr. Kaur, the motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you to my colleagues. Going to move us on to 5E, presentation and discussion and possible action to adopt foster care guidance per ARS 15-701.04. Director Ross.
Our Policy Director, Rico Yanez, will discuss this because of sources in legislation.
All right. Good afternoon, President Kaur, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Before you, we have the attached draft of foster care guidance for consideration adoption today. This draft came out of some convenings that we had with a few stakeholder groups in school membership, as well as some foster care youth groups who provided us feedback on this current draft of guidance. This was required by some legislation that passed last session for the board to establish just guidance on the issue of academic credits and assignment for foster care youth that were entering a new school due to a best interest educational determination placement. So before you today, we had made some feedback changes based on that stakeholder guidance that was updated in our agenda meeting materials. And if you have any questions, I'm available.
Are there in fact any questions? Hearing none, then do I?
A quick comment.
Oh yeah, please, absolutely.
Sorry to belabor. Rico, thank you so much for your work on this. I think it's really important that we in Arizona figure out the best way to serve our students who are in the foster care system, and the fact that the legislature and individuals like yourself and the various stakeholders are working to figure out the best way to give credit for our students that are often disrupted and where they end up in school. I just am really grateful that you all took this step, and glad we're moving in the right direction.
Do I have a motion that the board adopt the attached draft of the foster care guidance per ARS 15-701.04? Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Well, thank you, Dr. Hagerman. Do I have a second?
Second.
Please, thank you. Thank you. Any discussion or conversation? Hearing none, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Passes unanimously. Well done. Thank you. Move us on to 5F, presentation and discussion and possible action to open rulemaking procedures for AAC R7-2-1307, R7-2-1309, and R7-2-704 educator discipline. Director Ross?
I'm going to actually kick this over to Rico yet again.
All right, President Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. This rulemaking package was based off of the legislation that the board had moved forward in the last session that allowed us to redefine non-certificated employees and kind of categorize them in that current or prospective category to move up some of our disciplinary timelines and ensure that we are keeping schools safe in best practice, as well as take reciprocal discipline for discipline that's carried out in other jurisdictions as well. We have Garnett here to answer any questions if board members have any, and it's up for opening the rulemaking procedures today. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, this is to open the rulemaking. Are there in fact any questions or comments or concerns my colleagues would like to make? Okay. Hearing none, then I'd entertain a motion for the board to open rulemaking procedures regarding educator discipline as presented. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Dr. Hagerman, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vice President Haley. Great. Any conversation, discussion, questions? Hearing none. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. I'll move us on to 5G. Presentation, discussion, and possible action to open rulemaking procedures for the instruction on the Holocaust and other genocides. And I'll throw it not to Executive Director Ross, but directly to the guy who knows all about it, and that's Rico. So go ahead, Rico.
So thank you, President Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. Last conforming change. This was another legislative package from this previous session. We're just opening rulemaking on the specific provisions around the Holocaust to just make sure that it aligns with those statutory changes.
Fantastic. Any questions, comments, or concerns before I call the question? No? Then do I have a motion that the board open rulemaking procedures on instruction on the Holocaust and other genocides? Do I have such a motion? Member Tovar, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
That was close, but I'm going to, I think it was Dr. Hagerman by just a skosh. Any comments, questions, or concerns? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion as presented, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. Move us on to 5H. Presentation, discussion, and possible action to open rulemaking procedures for special education age of transition services. Director Ross.
Dr. Core, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board. This rulemaking package, the proposal for it originated through board members but was also vetted through the Special Education Advisory Panel through the Arizona Department of Education. The federal guidance for transition services for students with disabilities is that it can begin at age 16 or earlier. What was happening through reports from the field and from that Special Education Advisory Panel is sometimes those students with disabilities, if it was waiting until age 16, those transition services were happening rather late in their high school education. And so they weren't being given the time they need to fully participate in those. So the proposal is to change the rulemaking language to end of 9th grade or age 16, whichever is earlier, which would move that process back a couple of years. Again, this has been vetted through the Special Education Advisory Panel, and this is a proposal to open rulemaking.
Thank you, Executive Director Ross. We'll have a discussion if needed, but first I'll call the motion. Do I have, I'd entertain a motion for the board to open rulemaking procedures regarding special education age of transition services. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Member Kravickas, do I have a second?
Second.
Member Clark, thank you so much. Any conversation, discussion? Yeah, Member Kravickas, please.
There's not too much that I can add to Executive Director's great introduction, and obviously we'll talk about it as it goes through the process. I just want to point out that about 30 states have already done this. 2 states have even already gone down to the age of 12, being Florida and New York. So really recognizing that additional time that students with disabilities need. And it really harkens back to that premature graduation. The thing that we heard over and over again from families, and we heard it in our April meeting, is we were surprised. So we're trying to eliminate that surprise.
Well said. Thank you. Any other comments? All right. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. I'll move us on to 5I. This is presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the recommendations of the State Board Special Education Advisory Subcommittee. And if I could, if you just indulge me just a little bit, I want to recognize certainly Dr. Hagerman as chair of this subcommittee, as well as Member Clark, and Member Kravickas, who also represented the board. I think just a series of meetings between, I think, December of last year and maybe just last month. And I know that everyone just came with a lot of passion and enthusiasm and energy around this issue. And it resulted in a whole host of recommendations that we'll jump into here in a second. But first, I'll turn it over to Executive Director Ross to tee it up if you'd like.
President Kaur, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. I would echo Dr. Kaur thanking our 3 board members who served on the subcommittee, as well as all the members of the subcommittee who were very giving of their time between December and July. The subcommittee met and over the course of several months and generated a list of recommendations that fell into 3 primary types. One is recommendations for the Arizona Department of Education in the realm of creation or adjustment of guidance, resources, and training. In your document, those are called ADE dot and then a number. I thought that was make it a little easier. The second batch of recommendations came in proposed changes to rulemaking. Now, just to clarify, if the board approves those, we would come back next month to vote to open rulemaking. So this would start that process. This wouldn't be the formal opening of rulemaking. That would occur in a later meeting. And then the third batch is for suggested updates or changes to legislation, which Director Yanez and I will take down to the ledge this session. And so you all have had this document, and Dr. Kaur and I did discuss one possibility if the board, Dr. Kaur will see if you all are amenable, but in particular, that first batch of recommendations for ADE, perhaps taking those as a one vote to approve all instead of going through each individually. So.
Thank you, Executive Director Ross. So yeah, the first batch, if you will, ADE 1 through 14. As with all issues, I'm very happy to acquiesce to a colleague who would like one of those pulled for a larger conversation or discussion. But with the approval of my colleagues, I would seek a motion that would approve the first 14, the ADE recommendations. And again, if anyone would like one pulled, we can do it similar like we handle the consent agenda. So with that, I'll stop and see if any member, any of my colleagues would like one of those 14 pulled for particular conversation or discussion. Yeah, please.
Question. And Sean and I talked about this. I'm sorry, Director Ross and I talked about this a little bit before. So I just want to make sure, because there are recommendations in here from the committee that I disagree with, but I still want rulemaking to be opened. So if we approve these 14 right now, so ADE can get started, that's not going to limit the rules that are being opened at the next meeting.
Dr. Kaur, Superintendent Horn, Member Clark. No, the first batch are just the ADE recommendations.
Yes, okay.
Then the rulemaking would be taken next.
I'll take that. Yeah.
We can still do all that.
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, very good. Okay, then here's the motion that I guess I would ask. I would entertain a motion to approve the recommendations ADE 1 through ADE 14. These are just the ADE recommendations. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Very good. Thank you, Member Clark. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Dr. Hagerman. Excellent. Any conversation or discussion? All in favor of the motion as presented, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries unanimously. So then the second kind of tranche, if you will, are the state board rules. And we have three. This would, as Executive Director Ross has indicated, simply call for the board at a later meeting to open up rulemaking that would explore these three current rules. Was that close to correct?
Dr. Kaur, that is correct. And just as a reminder to the board, rulemaking always follows the same pattern. So we would perhaps next month, you all would vote on opening rulemaking. There would be feedback, a public hearing, and update to the board in October, and then a vote to close rulemaking in December. So rulemaking always follows a pattern by which there is public feedback.
Thank you so much. So again, the motion I would entertain here is for the board to call for rulemaking to be opened at a later date, as early as next month, on these three topics before us. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Clark. Do I have a second?
Second.
Member Kervikas, awesome. Do any comments, questions, concerns? Okay, then I would I'll call the vote. All in favor of those for the motion before us, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Excellent. And then the third tranche, if you will, are the legislative changes, suggestions, obviously. These would be things that we would direct Executive Director Ross and Rico next legislative session to begin advocating for legislatively. So this is something that we don't often do, but we have done certainly during my time on this board. So again, I'll take these as a group unless someone feels strongly to remove one. And Member Kervikas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. My read of, and for the record, I support all three, but this is just a technical kind of political question. My read of number 1 and number 2, though, is that it would also fully fund kindergarten the way it's written, which again, I personally support, but I think we all know that's been a little controversial in the past. And I think it kind of conflates the issue of just the preschool for students with disabilities, which to me, number 3 clearly does.
Understood. And I absolutely don't want to put words into your mouth, but I'm hearing it's almost an approach to get this done that you find might be troublesome. Understood.
Suggestion?
Yep. Member Clark.
Is it possible, or will it cause any issues for us to just table this until another time, or not officially as a board vote on these 3 things? Because that is a pretty significant issue. Yeah.
Dr. Kaur, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, we can absolutely table these, especially because they're legislative and session doesn't start for a while. We could table these until we tweak the language a bit and with the permission of the board.
And so with that, is there any other kind of cautions or advice or? Okay. So then we don't need a vote to table. We're just gonna, okay. Maybe I'll gavel something here and we'll not. So yeah, so we won't take any action on these legislative suggestions, given that we still have a couple of months before the start of the next legislative session. Again, just super proud of my 3 colleagues on that group. Amazing work with a very important and often passionate topic. So nicely done. And with that, I will move us on to number 6, call to the public. This is the time for the public to comment on certification enforcement actions on the consent agenda. Do we have anyone who wants to speak to us? Executive Director Ross.
Dr. Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. We have Ramon Ramirez.
Hi.
Got you. Thank you guys. Thank you members of the board for allowing me to speak this afternoon. My name is Ramon Ramirez. Today is a big day for me. You guys are going to make a decision whether or not to revoke or not non-issue my teaching certificate. This comes 6 years after I've successfully completed all court-imposed obligations. This happened January 31st, 2017 in front of my residence. I definitely took accountability for my actions. I knew what I did was wrong, and I can say that I would not make the same mistake again. 6 years is a long time to reflect and take a look back on what I did and allow myself to understand that I've got to be a role model. I've got to look at myself as somebody that is different. For a student to look up to somebody in the classroom, it was everything that I could ask for. Before I was a teacher in the classroom, I was a paraprofessional pulling kids through response through intervention. My parents are educators. I've always been around students, either coaching or in the classroom, helping out my mom and dad, you know, when I could go help them out. But what I really want you guys to understand is that I've been an educator. I have the experience. I started out as a paraprofessional, teaching kids, pulling kids through response through intervention. And I know that that one mistake caused a great impact on my life. For 6 years, I've been outside of the classroom, and I went to school for 4 years to learn how to be a teacher inside of the classroom. So more time outside of the classroom than what I actually got to experience, you know, in college to be a teacher for. So what I'm asking you guys to look at me, board, is to look at me as a whole person, honestly. Everybody makes mistakes. 6 years is a long time to look at that mistake and understand that it was a one-time thing and it would not happen again. I do have character letters that show the type of person that I am, not only inside the classroom, but outside of the classroom. I honestly feel like I am a changed person because I know that that one night affected my life forever. So the only thing that I can ask for is a second chance, because obviously I can't change what happened that night, but I can continue to try to be a better teacher, not only for myself, but for the students. And I feel that I can be that person. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Would you guys take into account or into consideration the reference letters, the character reference letters that I have from my
absolutely. Ramon, tell me who those are from real quick.
One is from my former principal, Dr. Robertson. Another one is from my neighbor, Miss Catherine Mallon. And another one is from my cousin, Anthony Estrada. He's a referee around the metropolitan area.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, that concludes this call to the public.
Okay, very good. So then we're moving on to number 7. Again, this is the consent agenda for certification enforcement actions. This would encompass 7A1 through 8, 7B1, 7C1, 7C2, 7D1 through 7D3, because we have pulled, if I'm correct, 7D4. The case for Mr. Rice has been pulled. So as always, any of my colleagues can pull any of these from the consent agenda for further individual consideration. Does anyone wish to pull any of these? Member Katniss.
Yeah, I'd like to pull 7C2.
7C2, Mr. Ramon Ramirez. Okay, very good. I'll circle back to that with your permission. So then anyone else need something pulled from the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none, then I would, just to make sure we're all on the same page, It would be a motion to approve items 7A1 through 7A8, 7B1, 7C1, 7D1 through 7D3.
Are we pulling the one that the gentleman just spoke?
Correct. That is correct. Okay. So I would entertain a motion to the effect of what I've just described. We're just to keep it because I've muddied it terribly. We're pulling C2 and it already for discussion by member Catanese, and D4 has already been pulled from the agenda. So with those two exceptions, do I have a motion to approve as presented?
So moved.
Vice President Haley, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
And Dr. Clay, thank you. Any conversation, questions? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Member Catanese, do you want to get us kicked off for C2, please?
Yes. Thank you, President Core. First off, just to disclose, I am knowledgeable of this person. I don't know him personally, but I'm knowledgeable of who he is, and hearing his testament, it seems that this is a different scenario than we've seen before. We are right now able to revoke his teaching license forever, which to me seems very extreme. He up here spoke to the ideals that we'd want in an educator, the ideals that we'd want in a teacher. And I think I'm speaking from the heart that this, whenever I was reading through the different facts of this case, this happened 6 years ago. And oftentimes this body of people, we sit here and we take away people's teaching certificates for shorter periods of time than that, for them to learn, for them to, I think, better themselves. And so I guess my question is there something else we can do besides just taking away his certificate completely?
I believe there is, but I'll defer to Executive Director Ross to walk us through those options.
Dr. Core, Superintendent, members of the board, with us today is Vicki Bergen from the Arizona Attorney General's office to speak to the case. Sorry, how was I supposed to speak to? Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. President Core, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. I'm Victoria Bergen, Assistant Attorney General. I'm going to speak to the record of the case, and I'm available to answer any questions that you guys may have. The respondent was brought before the board due to a arrest, and actually I had pled guilty to aggravated assault back in 2018. At that time, he also was, his certificates he had at the time were suspended, actually were revoked, revoked. He still is under, although he did, it's been 5 years since that happened. He is still, that charge, that conviction of aggravated assault still stands. It is a Class 6 felony. And according to board rule, I'm going to read this for you. The board shall not issue a certification of a person who's been convicted, committed, or attempted the following criminal offenses. Number 11 includes aggravated assault. So I want to make you aware of how that rule reads, that you shall not issue for an offense such as aggravated assault. That is Rule 72-1307. And just want to speak to the fact that he actually pled guilty to aggravated assault and received probation, and that still stands.
And Attorney General Bergen, so shall not limits our options here? Am I interpreting that right? That
it is the word shall.
That's the word shall. Please, Member Myerson.
Can I ask a question? In terms of the date of the incident being 6 years ago, is there anything within board rule around the length of time between the offense and our action in terms of the shall.
Sorry, I thought about that idea over the weekend. There is nothing in board rule that talks about a time limit or a period for which that charge can be no longer looked at. So no, there's nothing in rule that says it gives a time limit for that.
And the shall is a requirement of the board, or yes? Just to understand.
Yes.
Superintendent Horn.
If my memory serves me correctly, class 6 felony can be reduced to a misdemeanor if a probation is successfully completed. Is that right?
This particular class 6 felony could, because it is what's called an undesignated class 6 felony. Once the individual completes his, whatever the sentence was, probation or restitution, they can then apply to the court to have it reduced to a misdemeanor. That is a reduction in the class of the offense, but it's still, you still have an offense of aggravated assault.
But but if it's a misdemeanor, it would be hard to imagine that's a bar to us letting somebody back into the teaching.
Could be. Now, I'm not sure if Mr. Ramirez has yet had that reduced to a misdemeanor, so that may be another question to follow up with.
We asked them.
So the question is, has the charge been reduced? It's been formally applied, and you have evidence to show that it's been reduced to a misdemeanor?
Mr. Ramirez, come on up to the microphone. I'm not sure what you're providing there, but the question was, has your charge been reduced sometime between when it occurred to now to a misdemeanor?
Yeah, since when I took responsibility for my actions, it was the charge of aggravated assault. I was found guilty of the lesser offense of attempt to commit aggravated assault. In the court's own definition, this is considered a non-dangerous, non-repetitive offense, which I just gave an attachment to, sir, on the right.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
It's mitigated to a misdemeanor, and that's what I believe I just gave the gentleman on the right.
This is your original plea agreement. I do not see a change.
Let's try to, just so we can all be on the same.
Right. If it's an initial, then obviously through probation and through those 6 years, it was mitigated to attempt to commit assault, because it's a misdemeanor now that all of the requirements and obligations are fulfilled.
Okay, Mr. Ramirez, let me try to quarterback this here. Go ahead, Executive Director Ross, and then Superintendent Horn had a thought.
Dr. Kaur, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, given that there is a potential update in status and paperwork, my guidance would be to table this item until we can review new information.
Yeah. I believe Dr. Hagerman was already kind of suggesting that. So great minds, but Superintendent Horn would like to
I'd just like to hear what happened. What was the allegation?
If I can understand
please.
the question correctly, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Who was assaulted and what were the circumstances?
It was in front of my house. It was an officer. If I can go through July 31st, 2017 again, I felt like the officer was going to grab my neck. Therefore, we got into a physical back and forth where I was then tased, and thereafter went through the necessary protocols.
What was he in the process of arresting you for?
To be honest, everything that night was unfamiliar to me. There was not any lights. It was pretty much like a stalker, because when he told he didn't show up to court, I did not go to trial, but he did not have his body cam on. There was no his blueberries and cherries or his lights for alert were not on. He just pretty much stalked me and pulled up right next to my car, where I rolled down my window and we started talking back and forth, and that's when we got into it.
Do you know what he was going to arrest you for?
I have no idea. Like I said, there's no body cam. There's nothing to support his arrest, honestly. Yeah.
So, go ahead, Executive Director Ross.
I was just going to say, again, my guidance would be, instead of sharing this all publicly, is to table this item.
That's where I'm exactly where I'm headed. So thank you. So appreciate you coming, Mr. Ramirez. We're going to not take action on this today. You presented some new information that kind of will allow we'll need some time to review, and this then may come back to the board at a future time. Member Katniss.
I was going to say, if it is an updated misdemeanor, can we get that information so that way we can, we wouldn't need to revoke his teaching license.
Correct. Well, we won't do that conjecture here, but that scenario is certainly very possible. Okay, so thank you, and thank you to my colleagues for walking us through that. I'll pull this back and move us on to item 8, our final call to the public. This is for comment on certification enforcement action on the general session agenda. Executive Director Ross, do we have anyone who wants to chat with us?
Superintendent Horn, Dr. Core, members of the board, Audra Betzer has registered to speak.
She's connecting now.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me? I don't have my video on. Is that okay? Or
That's fine, Ms. Betzer. We can hear you.
Yeah.
Start that. Okay, great. Well, I am here. I've had a couple of hearings and it's been postponed for today. Do I wait for the timer to go on to start speaking? Okay. Thank you. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, you're fine to go ahead right now. We can hear you and now we can see you. So please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. I'd like to also note that I don't know if I had a misunderstanding, but I had a hearing a couple months ago. And when I presented, I brought up the fact that this happened because I was the victim of domestic assault and I called the cops. And I was arrested as well, although I was not convicted or charged. My husband was convicted and charged for domestic assault and drunken disorderly. But I was not convicted. And so I was told in my memory to provide those victim letters, which I have provided, but I'm told they're not going to be part of evidence. So I have provided those letters. What happened after that is I lost my fingerprint clearance card. I did get that back because I wasn't charged or convicted. All of my charges have already been expunged for me. And I've been trying really hard to make amends and take care of all the consequences from this event. What happened, I believe, also is that I admitted openly, because I have a lot of integrity, that I'm an alcoholic. Now, I admitted that because I've been in recovery since 2011, so for over 13 years. And the one time I drank, this happened. And so I owned up to that because it was shocking to me. What I believe happened after that is that my alcoholism then became in question. I think it created a big bias and a lot of prejudgment. And now, because of all of this, my character has been on trial. My teaching skills have been on trial. And I feel like the time is running out, so I don't really know how to promote myself here. But in my opinion, my alcoholism and recovery has always been an asset. In fact, at my high school in Montgomery County in Maryland, I was open about it, and the counselors would send students to me to talk to me. They had a group in my classroom so that they could be safe. And instead of going down one road, they would go down another. So I admitted it, not knowing that this all would happen. I'm out of time. I'm sorry.
No, good. Do you have any last final thought?
Well, I mean, I have many final thoughts.
All right.
But
you.
So
Thank you.
okay.
Going to move us on to and 9, which is in fact the general session certification enforcement actions, as is our practice. We can take these as a single item, and as is our practice, any one member can pull any one case for additional conversation if one chooses. Superintendent Horn.
So did we take that off of the consent agenda?
No, and what I'm suggesting, Superintendent Horn, is I would take all of number 9 as a single motion to approve them all, unless someone would want to pull one of them for individual attention.
For the lady who just spoke.
Is that what you would like to do?
Yeah.
Okay, then that would be 1. Superintendent Horn would like B1 removed. Anyone else? Member Kervikis. B7. Anyone else? Okay, then I would entertain a motion that would approve items A1 through or 9A1 through 9A4, B2 through B6, B8 through B13, 9C1 and 9D, meaning all before us with the exception of B1 and B7. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Clark, do I have a second? Member Tovar, thank you. Any discussion or conversation? All in favor of the motion before us, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Move us on to B1, Superintendent Horn.
Could we find out from the Attorney General what the story is?
President Corr, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board. The respondent came before the PPAC due to being arrested for failure to comply with a court order involving domestic violence. This included resisting arrest as well as having to do with a prior arrest, which she referred to a domestic violence in which involved herself, her boyfriend, and there was also her 8-year-old son present during the incident. Both parties were intoxicated at the time. When the police showed up, not only were they intoxicated, but the police noticed that the boyfriend had been stabbed twice, once in the groin, once in the right torso, and therefore then proceeded to arrest the respondent, Ms. Betzer. One thing in addition with the stabbing is, I'd like to remind the board that the 8-year-old son was present during the time, and it was the 8-year-old Swiss Army knife that was used. They were charged with aggravated assault. Part of the release conditions when she was released on the aggravated assault charge due to the stabbing was that she would not contact the alleged victim, which would have been her boyfriend. She would not go near the location of the alleged offense where it occurred, and that she would not possess or consume alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. This led to the last arrest, which is when she came before PPAC. That had to do with failing to comply with the court order. Because obviously she had approached the victim. She went back to where the alleged offense occurred, and at that time was also intoxicated. The police showed up based on a welfare check call and discovered this incident, then arrested her for failure to comply with the court order. The respondent also mentions that her charges were dismissed. I'd like to note that they were dismissed without prejudice. meaning that they could bring it back at any other time pending many reasons, additional evidence, witnesses, whatever, but it was not completely dismissed or closed. The PPAC voted 3-5 or 5-3 for revocation based on, of course, conduct that would discredit the teaching profession and immoral and unprofessional conduct. And I can answer any questions you may have.
When did this occur?
The offense occurred she was arrested for failure to comply with the order in August of 2023. I believe the actual assault occurred shortly before that. I believe also early August, if I remember correctly.
Any other questions or discussion? I would entertain a motion to approve the findings of fact, conclusion of law, and recommendations of the Professional Practices Advisory Committee as it relates to Audrey Belzer, case number C 2023-002488. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Member Clark, do I have a second?
Second.
Vice President Haley, any conversation or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion as presented, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Okay, very good. I'll move us on to B7 and Matthew Lang and turn it over to Member Kervikis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Executive Director Ross, I'm wondering if what flagged it for me or got my attention, I should say, is the tight vote in PPAC, given this nature of the event. And I was wondering if we could get a flavor for what the debate was at PPAC.
President Corr, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, Assistant Attorney General Bergen can give us an update on the case. Taylor Sisemski is also with us, who is the attorney representing Mr. Lang. So why don't we have Ms. Bergen speak first?
So just a brief look at the record of the case. President Corr, Vice President Haley, Superintendent Horn, members of the board.
It's only applicable for the first 6 hours of a meeting.
Okay. The respondent was teacher at Desert Edge High School. It was reported by a student to another teacher and then brought to the attention of the administration of the school that he had shown a video in class that obtained vulgar and obscene content. There were several consistent statements from many students stating that this was something that it was embarrassing, created an uncomfortable atmosphere, and which contained vulgar and inappropriate obscene material. The school administration did look into it, put him on leave without pay, pending the investigation. They also received statements from coaches that corroborated the statements that the students made. There were other incidents and other allegations regarding photos of female students from the back, going behind into the backstage during while students were preparing for a performance. Those were also allegations that had been brought some back into since the 20 to 21 school year. The current most recent allegation was the video. He was brought before the PPAC committee for unprofessional moral conduct, obviously engaging in conduct which would discredit the teaching profession, and not making reasonable efforts to protect pupils from conditions that would be harmful to their learning or their health or their safety. The PPAC, I was not the attorney that actually litigated the case at PPAC. So as far as your question is what was the deliberations or debate at PPAC, I can't speak directly to. I do know that there was a long discussion during the PPAC hearing, and that the PPAC committee did see the video. They did have all the statements from the students and the coaches and the administration. So they had the full record to look at, including watching the video. There's been nothing added since then. And is there any other questions you have regarding this?
We do have the attorney for Mr. Lang here as well. So, Taylor Systemski.
President Core, Superintendent Horn, and members of the board, good afternoon. My name is Taylor Systemski, attorney on behalf of my client Matthew Lang, who we're presently discussing. I'm here today to ask that you approve the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommendations of the PPAC committee. We could probably spend a long time discussing all of the facts at issue, but I just want to highlight that the reason Mr. Lang was before the board, or the PPAC committee, excuse me, was because of that video he showed, which he openly admitted repeatedly throughout his hearing and also initially that it was an uncharacteristic mistake, that he did not vet the video. To give you some context, the video was a caricature of a pop star that was inappropriate. It wasn't a human. It was a cartoon, essentially. And throughout the hearing, we discussed the reference to these previous allegations of inappropriate conduct, such as taking a picture. All of that was thoroughly investigated by the school. Mr. Lang was never disciplined for anything. This was his first instance of discipline, was for playing this video. And so I just want to highlight that Mr. Lang is currently overseas in Germany serving in the Army, but he does have the desire to come back and teach. And so absent any specific questions, I would just encourage you to approve what the PPAC found based on the evidence and witnesses that were there that day. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? So again, it's your client's desire to see us approve the PPAC recommendation.
Yes.
Yeah. Member Krivickas.
Executive Director Ross, what is the current status of his certificate? Was there a suspension, anything?
Dr. Core, Superintendent Horn, members of the board, member Krivickas, give me just a moment.
Yeah, sorry, it looks like it expired in 2020.
Yeah, member Krivickas, I'm looking at that as well. So he had a.
So, I'm sorry, may I?
Member Krivickas, he holds a standard education certificate, is not expired.
Yeah. I clearly, unless I missed it, I'm sorry, I didn't realize he was out of country. So he could come back and even with a letter of censure, immediately be in a classroom. Well, no, he has to take the class, right?
Member Krivickas, that was the findings of the PPAC. He has to complete the course. We'll have that letter of censure on his record, if the board so votes that way.
Right. Yeah. Any other questions? No. No. All right. I think. Thank you. I think the easiest starting point is to act upon the recommendation of PPAC, and we'll go from there depending on what that reaction is. So at this point, I would seek a motion to accept the findings of fact, conclusion of law, and recommendations of the Professional Practices Advisory Committee for Matthew Lang case number C 2023-000948. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Was Member Clark? Do I have a second?
Second.
Superintendent Horn, any conversation or discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion as presented, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And thank you all. I'll move us on to our favorite item, number 10, a summary of current events and future meetings. And of course, looking forward to, we got a great agenda tomorrow for our board retreat. We'll meet right here in this room. Executive Director Ross, is that right?
That is correct.
Anything you'd like to get us excited about for our gathering tomorrow at 9 a.m.?
Just thank you all. This is, I know, a long meeting. The August meeting tends to be that way, but retreat will be great. We have exciting presentations. We'll be doing some strategic planning, and a special shout out to Helios for providing lunch.
Yeah. Then I will adjourn us at 2:34 with thanks to my colleagues for hanging in there. Well done.